Good morning, everyone. Happy Wednesday. We are halfway through this week. It has been a beautiful week. Hope everybody else has felt the same way. It's good to see all of you. Poetic Justice can feel Tony's half-closed eyes staring through my soul. How's everybody doing? We got a beautiful day. Spring is definitely in the air. I think we kind of jumped forward to summer, and I am here for it. No, Tony did not quick deed his property to his wife. I'm pretty sure his wife is in on his schemes. I mean, the guy's a professional litigant, right? So we'll get into all of that. First, let's say our good mornings, how everybody is doing. And I was reading a comment. That was not me. I don't know how you guys don't hear it. On replay, I hear it. Ay, ay, ay. I want to make a quick announcement. I am done. I am done, okay, with Brittany. I am not allowing that bitch to get exactly what she wants from me, which is my response. I am no longer going to fight to clear my name when it comes to that obsessive cow. I think majority can see it, majority know it, and I am done with it. I will be seeking I will be going through with the courts. Everything else will be going through with the courts. This idea, this excuse that was given, that this lame excuse that I seen from some chatters of hers that stated, how was she to know what that comment was about? Well, there's several reasons. One, that it listed my daughter's actual name. Let's start with that. Secondly, let's take that comment wasn't just, towards me, although I was the topic per usual, right? Let's just pretend. Let's pretend I wasn't the topic. It wasn't obvious. It didn't write my daughter's actual name. And that comment was just simply made about anybody. That comment within itself is horrific. Do you know how many people are suicidal on a daily? Do you know how many people suffer from from depression, from mental issues? Many of them are within her chat, okay? But this fact that you're going to use that, you're going to allow that, and you're going to accept that because that's the environment you created. I don't even allow your kids' names, not one of the 5 of them, to be written in my chat. And nor would I ever. But that's the difference between you and I, isn't it? So for going forward, I do not want any derailment about Brittany on my panels. I don't want it in my chats. I don't want to hear a single thing of the perpetual fucking toddler, okay? She creates her own victimhood, and I'm done with it. If others want to hand it to her on a platter, go ahead and do so. I'm not part of it. I don't condone it. I don't like it. I don't want it. I won't listen to it. I won't support it. I understand why everybody's angry and people go at her. I totally get it. But I want no part of it because it doesn't matter who's doing it. It can be an unknown alt account or it can be an established creator, and she will always say it has to do with me. I am done being Brittany's little scapegoat for everything that takes place in her life. I don't give 2 fucks about the nasty heifer. She lives in misery. She lives in filth. And she lives in her karma. And I will allow the PA courts to seek the rest of the karma out on her. Thank you for understanding. Emma Swan, thank you so much for becoming a member. Girl Next Door, thank you. Just over it. She is a loser. She's so beneath me. She's so beneath my content. We were having a wonderful, beautiful stream pertaining to Sebastian. It completely gets derailed by this woman. She already derailed his case enough by riding his disappearance into the PA courts. Why are we allowing her to do it some more? I can't be bothered anymore. It's been beyond obvious. We've made 4 truces. She broke them every time. They were initiated by me every time. She lives in this fantasy world where I'm her aggressor, but she's on my members only and she's playing my content. And let her live in that fantasy world where she'll present her shit to the judge and all will be good. Go for it. Matter of fact, I will join you at a court hearing for a restraining order. Let's do it. You won't. You won't, because you can't go a day without saying my name. And it is obvious to the masses. You might have your delusional little group that condones it, but the masses see it. And most importantly, the judge saw it. And I am content with that. Going forward, you are no different than the little fucking cockroach running across your counter. I don't see you. I don't live with you. I don't live near you. And I don't have to acknowledge you. Oh, got that off my chest. I mean, seriously, look up the statistics. Look up how many teenagers, how many young adults, how many adults struggle every goddamn day. And you know why? It's because of women like her. It's because of the chat like hers. I want nothing to do with it going forward. I'm above Brittany. I've been above Brittany and I'll continue to be above Brittany. I'm not staying in that little fucking sector that she tries to keep me in. I'm not going in the sewer pipes with her any longer. I am done. Scatter along, you little rat. I am done with you. Speaking of rats, I saw a fantastic video earlier that I feel we need to play to loosen. This is what we're dealing with, and I am above it. And I appreciate and respect all of you who are understanding of that. I get it. Brittany is easy content. She's easy to dislike. She went at a lot of people, including subscribers. She was willing to attempt to throw a lot of people in jail based on fantasies and her self-inflicted victimhood. I get it. But if you have any respect for me, please respectfully, at the very minimum, keep it outside of my chat. I don't want emails about it. I don't want text about it. I will not be in any chats that are replaying her. I don't like it. I don't want it. She wants it. She likes it. I'm not participating. You take that away, you take away her content. But then again, I guess we have to take away others too, and that would be too difficult to ask. So you all do your thing, but it ain't going to be happening over here. Not no more. Eliza, it's so good to see you. Thank you for being with us for 17 months. It's the truth though, Jinx. It's just the facts. I've dealt with her for 4 years. I'd rather slam my head into a wall than give her another second of my time. And I mean that with my entire heart. I I think she is one of the foulest, fakest people I've ever met. She actively seeks to become a victim. She actively seeks to destroy people's lives. And then she sits there with the soft Christian voice that makes it like she is nothing but an innocent bystander. It makes me sick. I would be embarrassed to be a woman of her age and a mother of 5 and behave that way. I personally would never want to be a victim of a circumstance I created. I am so thankful that I will never be like Brittany Jackson. And most importantly, neither will my daughter, bitch. Okay? You watch your stuff and watch your chat the next time you go live. See if I'm fucking around. This is what Brittany associates with.
That's what we do. We hunt people and we search for answers. In this case, we're on a manhunt for information. We're on a manhunt for intelligence. We're working with some of the best people in the world when it comes to assets and what they can bring in.
Let me have you, Brian.
So what's going on, guys? My name is Hong, and for those of you that followed us since like the beginning of last year, you may have heard of me, and I'm Hartley Live. Right. So if you guys follow the case and you guys know that Sebastian's been missing since mid-February and
he wasn't even sure of the date. Lovey, thank you so much. I sincerely appreciate all of you. Yeah, it's brilliant. It's brilliant. I mean it. I mean it. If I have to block her name out of my chat, I will. And I will tell you this. When there were comments that would pop up in my chat, and listen, my chat moves unlike hers. There's times when we have 2,000 people in here chatting away, okay? I still keep an eye on my chat. If there's a comment I think has gone too far, if there's a comment I want to be okay being stated about me, then I would certainly delete it. You're a liar. Show proof that I ever raised money for it, let alone faked it, you dumbass. Show proof. You know what the case closes? When Brittany is sued in court for defamation on that basis, and you dumbasses then have to understand that you lied for fucking years for her. That's when it's going to be determined. You pitiful little soul. Brittany faked a SWAT. Brittany faked a cellulitis and said it was fucking edema. Brittany fakes falling asleep and blames it on asthma. You want to talk about faking? I'll give you a lot of faking. Brittany fakes being a Christian. Brittany fakes being a good mother. Brittany fakes being a housewife. Brittany faked being married. Brittany fakes a lot of fucking things. Okay? Don't you start with me because I'm on a fucking roll. And I swear to God, you want to make bitches cry? You want to think the courts need to step in? Yeah. Of course, she doesn't show any proof of anything. She has no proof, but she has a bunch of my photos in her camera roll. Listen, let me move on before I say something stupid on the back of a missing child. Let me take a deep breath, okay? I agree, Sin. That's why I just blocked them. Because they get their little jollies off trying to do things like that because these people are miserable. They are miserable deep down in their soul. And the only way they get support is if they bond with people that have the same hate for the same people. Okay? Just like we see right now, there are tons of people running over to Britney's ex-mod because she's exposing Britney. They don't care. They don't care this woman's history. They don't care her reasoning behind it. They care to hate bond. I don't need to hate bond with people. I have a very solid group of supporters that are here. Rather Britney's the topic, Sebastian's the topic, or something different. It doesn't matter. People like Britney only get support based on who they hate, which is why Britney will poke at every creator. She said Nonsense's partner, who is raising the children that Nonsense adopted with her, is a pedo. She said that Cletus, Clue's current partner, who was raising her daughter as a father, is a P word. This woman has exploited the trauma of many children, and I'll be damned if you're going to do it with mine. You can exploit your kids all day long till the sun comes up and you finally put them to sleep, but you will never exploit my fucking kids. Ever, bitch.
Spin is getting escalated lie after lie. It gets bigger and bigger. And now that we're starting to get threats and all the other stuff that, like, if you guys will be on Twitter, you guys will see that our lawyers are taking action.
As an attorney, my role is challenging, and it is to take people's most challenging part of people's lives at that very moment and develop it and try and make a good outcome.
I just wanted to speak my piece. I feel like there's something weird. I think there's some effery afoot. I think that something might have happened, might or might not have happened at the courthouse that led to this. And I think that everybody needs to be vigilant and diligent.
Trying to get a call to action out.
That's something they tried to get running, right? When they did the whole hate channels and all of that, and they did the fake Christianity and all of that. They also tried to get the whole, stay vigilant going as well. People need to stay vigilant. You need to stay vigilant of who you're supporting out here. You need to stay vigilant of not allowing your personal dislike for somebody, your emotions to override your knowledge. I see a lot of idiotic comments and a lot of idiotic people that aren't capable of separating this case from personal feelings. And it is sick. It is sad that Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers is the one who has suffered from it. That's what's sick. Memes kids, welcome. Thank you for becoming a member. It is. That's why she's chased after me for 4 years, Titanium. Brittany's like an ex-lover that doesn't understand you don't want her. Wonder how the kids feel when their mother abandons them and makes a new family. Probably similar, like unwanted. But what would I know? I raised mine. Kraken, thank you so much. Wow, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Out there for the people in those areas to start identifying areas that have weird, child homes and things that are off the record, like church type stuff, places where you can tuck kids.
Again, guys, when we have an area,
We tuck kids at churches. Aren't these people the ones running around claiming to be oh so religious right now? Jesna, thank you so much. That really means a lot to me. Thank you. And the Pines, thank you so much. 5 gifted memberships. Thank you. Hey, True Crime and Celebrity. It is, Scooter. And yes, she cries every day. Oh, she can't handle the weight of what she's created. I've done nothing. I mean, I've said some shit. I'm not going to say I've done nothing. But for the majority of the past 3-4 years, I've asked and begged Brittany just to move along. Leave me alone. I'm not fucking with you. I'm not talking on you. I don't like you. What she does is she grabs somebody from the depths of the drama land, the lowest of the low, and she brings them with her to hate bond and tell her what a victim she is of mine. Brittany is a common denominator amongst a lot of people disliking her for a reason, as was I. But I made a difference. I took time to reevaluate myself and my behaviors on here. And everything they utilize against me is from 3+ years ago. I am not the person I was. I am not the person Brittany is. And I will never be the person she is. If she would just shut up and move along, she wouldn't have half the problems she claims. If she's so terrified of me, why does she still speak on me? You will never make that make sense. Not anybody who isn't emotionally manipulated. I'm done. I am so fucking done being gaslit. Years of gaslit from this woman. People want to talk about punitive damages. You better believe I'm going to have all the reasons why punitive damages are not only warranted, but quite frankly necessary. Because people like Brittany and people like Tony think they can still continue to threaten frivolous litigation because they don't have an attorney to help them comprehend what is going on here. You lost with prejudice. But you continue, but we'll get into all that. Let me finish this damn video. Lisa, thank you so much for the super chat. Sarah Q, welcome back to the MFers. Very glad to have you. Thank you. I know. I'm sorry, Kane. I'm sorry. But we downloaded it, so it doesn't matter. And my attorney and Barbecue's attorneys have the one from the night before where you and your little friend, Flight Nurse, decided it was okay to make allegations against our attorneys. Y'all can fuck around on YouTube, but you will find out outside of it. Remember when Julie Valenti, anybody else remember Julie Valenti made a post? And she said that the courthouse we are in, that's not federal, is a short distance from where the Declaration of Independence was signed. And they were so confident that we were going to fuck around and find out, right? They were so confident. And now they fucked around, but they refused to find out. And the only way for them to find out is for the judge to make them comprehend. And the only way to make morons like this comprehend is through their pockets. I don't give a shit if I'm awarded $1. It is not about the money for me. And it's about proving the fact that these people are the RICO. These people are the organized enterprise that set forth to destroy somebody. Brittany has done this to me for literal fucking years now. What else is going to make us stop? Kiwi, sidebar. That is right.
Area that we think is a serious region of interest. And we're not going to be throwing, oh, this area, go here. Because when we have a region of interest, we are coming in heavy.
Let me have you, Brian.
Heavy. And that means that we want to make sure that there is no leaving that region of interest until after it's surrounded, you know?
Like, it's common sense, guys. It's not that hard. Like, that's not the case. Like, Team Sebastian is, at this point, we should reach out to every branch in this state for help, let alone like a little Tennessee bureau. What is that going to do? Because you guys are scared that mommy and daddy has money and you guys don't know what to do.
Which was it. She chopping.
Does anybody believe that these people are an intelligence group? Snazzy Trinkets, thank you so much. I'm so very happy you see the value of your mental emotional space. Handle what needs to be handled with your attorney. Keep rising above the bullshit. Speaking on her only feeds her obsession and grift. Keep rising above the bottom feeders. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Here's the thing. I don't think, I know people hear my anger when I speak about Brittany, but unless you've dealt with somebody like her, you don't understand how fucking infuriating it is, right? And I've tried for years now just to escape her. I've ignored her. I don't advertise people that are going at her. I'm not in the streams that are talking on her. I take a week off. I take a weekend off. It doesn't matter. If it wasn't for the support of all of you, if it wasn't for Jay and Clue and Queen and Hartley and even Burnt Toast the other night, if it wasn't for these other creators that were there and experienced it and seeing it, and all of you chatters, I mean, the gaslighting is so unbelievable. It's like somebody literally spitting in your face and then saying that you assaulted them. I don't think people get it. Even back then when all went down, the reason she even knows about my child's hardships. I said to her then, just go your own way. Just go away. I will never like you. I don't like you. I'll never like you. At that time, I told her I think she wanted to wear Melissa's skin and just move along. Just accept that. But she can't handle rejection, which is why if anybody dislikes her, it's always me. So she comes on, she's half asleep, probably half stoned, munching down some munchies, and she has a softer voice, right? And she has this fake religion she hides behind. And she's able to sit there and manipulate people because she's not as loud, she's not as aggressive, she's not as angry. But she's not on the receiving end. She's the instigator. I remember saying the nonsense damn near 7-8 months ago that I don't speak on Brittany because I despise her, because I will say some shit I regret, because I have never, ever in my life disliked somebody as much as I do Brittany. There is not one redeeming quality I see within her, and I'm still fair to her. I still can acknowledge when things were done wrong to her. I can do all those things because I'm mature and she's not. She will never take accountability for anything she has done. She lies night after night. Oh, Granny showed my house. You're a liar. Show proof. Oh, Granny foiled my house. You're a liar. Show proof. Oh, Granny looked up my kids. Again, you're a liar. Show proof. Granny requested a video of my son twerking that my friend just shared the other day. You're a liar. I asked if the person still had the video because I wanted the title. No, I can't, Gaga, and if you don't like it, then you need to leave. She lies and lies and lies, and to the point that she believes her lies, and she has a bunch of people in the chat telling her they're true. So for my mental well-being, I don't want to hear it anymore. And I am hoping any of you that truly support me will stop tuning in. Don't even watch. It's giving her what she wants. She allows comments like that in hopes that I see it so that I do this right here so she has content later. Brittany will never go a day without saying my name. So yes, I'm angry. I'm exhausted. I knew that you were trying really hard to impersonate my daughter when you were making kissy faces. But this is exactly what I'm talking about right here. This is what Brittany does. See, this person came in my chat and they immediately made their presence known. And then they kept doing kissy faces and they're using my daughter's first name. Okay. This is what Brittany starts. This is what Brittany agitates. This is what these people do. When they can't get your attention, when they can't get you where they want you, they will use the things that mean the most to you. I have never shielded myself from criticism using my children. I don't have my children being heard while I'm live. I don't put videos of them. I don't make them make little songs so I can get super chats. My children are not part of my platform, so don't you fucking dare. Has anybody ever passed around photos of your father, Brittany? You want to tell everybody about my family members you're passing around in private? I'm glad you were dumb enough to make this comment. For anybody who's unaware of what this means, this person is claiming basically a revolver is a gun. Okay? This right here is my daughter's name with a gun. In the words of Brittany J, mods, grab that URL. Brittany, I will see you in Pennsylvania for punitive damages.
It up, having a good old time. I cannot.
You guys are scared to kick the door in to ask where Sebastian is.
Let me have you, Brian.
And you're there with a $5 tank top and a $15 yoga pants dressed as the Big Show from WWE.
Y'all know I can't afford to fall asleep on panel.
Like, it sounds like you've been getting money to come at us to tell us to stop.
I'm very interested to see what the court's reaction is going to be, because love me if you want, hate me if you want, call me a fraud if you want, call me fake news if you want, call me a felon if you want, call me a parolee if you want. The law is the law.
Isn't that all the things that he sued over? Hartley, thank you for such amazing content. Thank you for making it bearable and entertaining. It really means a lot to a lot of us. You offer humor in such a dark place, and I hope you know how much your content is valued. Thank you for that. Lindsay Lou, welcome, and I really appreciate you saying that. Thank you so much, Nicole G. I still like you. Gracie's playing with Whiskers Ball. Craig, get off the couch. This ride is over. Fact. She knew. Listen, her chat barely moves, okay? Her chat barely moves. There's no way she didn't see that. Sorry. There's no way. And again, if we remove my daughter's name and simply replace it with any other name, the comment was sick. I know, Amber, and that's exactly why I'm making the stance today that I'm done. I'm done. So check this out. This was quite ironic. We got two funny things here. So we just heard Nick say, call me this, call me that, call me whatever, you know, whatever, right? Now, check this out. Does anybody remember one of the excuses they gave for for filing this lawsuit? It had to do with allegedly calling parole officers. Thank you, don't lie. And I want to maintain that. And I know in order to maintain my self-growth, in order to maintain my morals and my integrity, I need to no longer listen to or see what that bitch is doing. That's the only way to do it. Because I'm this close. I am literally this close to losing my shit. And it won't be pretty. And it's not who I want to be. Anyway, so one of the reasons was calling a parole officer, right? So let's check this out. I don't know how many of you are familiar with this guy, Ernie Shells, but Ernie Shells uploaded a video or photo where it appears he's with Dog the Bounty Hunter capturing somebody. Thank you, screenshot. Oh, wow, Stephanie. I don't know if I deserve that compliment, but wow. Thank you. I have to agree, Biscuits. When you don't even know how many days are in a month, as a mother, you're up all night. What are you, sleeping all day, up all night, and then driving? It's just the whole thing's a mess. And I could really say some things that will hurt some real feelings, but they're reality. And the reality is Brittany will never be 1/5. I say that number with purpose. 1/5, yeah, you got that, Alexis. Go ahead. Of the woman, or I'm sorry, she'll never be 1/5 of the mother I am. I've never, ever chose a man over my kids. Let me grab this. Hold on 1 second. All right, so this is who and what Brittany associates with. Go ahead and subscribe to you so you can have, here you go. You guys can all subscribe to the Filthy channel as well. Everybody go ahead and subscribe to whatever adult decides they're going to make a channel name about a child's suicidal ideation and label it with a gun. Everybody go ahead and subscribe. So this is This is no other than Dog. Let's take a listen.
I'm reading that this guy named Ernie is using my name and claiming to have caught a bunch of felons with me. I don't know what to do, but I know that he can't do that. So
you can't pretend to have caught a bunch of felons. That would be like, he's saying that might be illegal, right? So what would it be to pretend you're a private intelligence group or part of a high task force?
I would suggest that you say you're going to call me, and which is true, I have a whole staff of lawyers. So whatever he's made in, number one, that is a felony for him to do that. Plus, he's on probation. So what I need from you is.
So it's a felony to pretend that you worked hand in hand with Dog the Bounty Hunter. You guys listen to Dog himself say it, okay? I want everybody to listen.
Staff best that you say you're going to call me, and which is true, I have a whole staff of lawyers.
The lawyers he has can't lawyer. They say things like Philadelphia, and they lick the boots of their opponents, okay? Don't you worry about his quote-unquote lawyers. But let's go forth.
So whatever he's made in, number one, that is a felony for him to do that. Plus, he's on probation. So what I need from you is his full name and his date of birth, and where he's on probation at, and his probation officer's name.
Oh, so Dog thinks it's okay to call people's parole or probation officers, right? Are we hearing that correctly? So I think it's only fair that, how many of you believe that Nick, who's on parole, is committing a crime? Put a 1 in the chat. If you truly believe that Nick, who's on parole, is committing crimes out here. Then you go ahead and you feel free to shoot me an email if you would like the name and location of Nick's new parole officer, as well as the sheriff department and his parole number. If you feel that he's in violation and you'd like to call and report it, you let me know. I got you. Even Dog here saying it's okay to do that. So
is his full name and his date of birth, and where he's on probation at, and his probation officer's name, and then I will take care of that right away. Thank you very much, sir. Aloha.
So that person paid for a cameo with Dog, so somebody could get their information about Ernie forward. And Dog therefore wants this part. He's saying it's illegal to do what he's doing. He almost brought up asking if this guy's made money off of that LARP, which ironically, I believe that this quote unquote intelligence group has made money. Jelly roll hung or plotting illegal things. I agree. Which is why Nick does have a new parole officer. I don't know, Gilded. We'll find out when we go for judgments. I don't know. Gilded asks, will the court report to the parole department regarding the case and judgment? I'm not sure how that works. I know that I will be reporting I've already reported to police. I've made a report to the FBI, and I personally have a file going to go up to the DA's office with. I will also be going to my state representative's office, and I will basically go to anybody who is in a position to put an end to this LARP. So getting on to Tony and his wife Dana, we all know that Tony has been in over, 25 lawsuits. So he's not new to any of this. So it comes out, and I've received emails, and I'm sorry, I'm not the best at getting to them, so I didn't see them when they were originally sent. Because unlike Brittany, I don't seek out my emails and look for things that hurt me. I try to live a happy, healthy, productive life. And reading emails that upset me doesn't help me get that goal, right? So I do apologize that I didn't see it in my email. We better hit that thumbs up. Y'all, we got a goal, any goal, and I just want to make any goal hit. So we have a super chat goal, but we also have a thumbs up goal. If we want to expose Tony, we need at least 600 thumbs up right now. Let's get it. Slap that on the floor. Thank you. Rico BS finally, when it came out, I laughed at it. Some BHB written garbage. Yeah. Listen, I'm making it very clear. I have nothing to do with these other people that go at Brittany. They go at Brittany for personal reasons. You're right. You're right. You're right, Mama Two Boys. You're right. Because for so long I've remained quiet, right? And I thought when Brittany filed this litigation, she would at least shut up, and she hasn't. And it doesn't matter if I'm not live for a week. It doesn't matter if I'm off for 3 days, 4 days. She still speaks on me nightly. And you're right. There are times where I respond, like yesterday. I completely got thrown off course reading what I was emailed by my attorney, and I fell for it, and I spoke on her, which is why I'm doing today what I am doing, which is making a vow to myself and to all of you that I will no longer be responding. It's really hard thing to ignore, though, Mom of Two Boys. It's a really hard thing to ignore. And I know it's easier said than done. Believe me, I'm one of those people that tell people just ignore. If Brittany just ignored, things would stop. So I'm going to take what I know, which is taking away the attention from the obsessive narcissist, and she will still speak on me. But all of you will see entirely then who is obsessed. I hope the judge throws whatever attempts to hide their assets in jail. I agree. Thank you. Thank you so much, Sarah Q. Jackie, that channel is a channel that is using my daughter's name along with a gun after the statement that Brittany allowed in her chat last night. That's what that channel name is. That you're wrong, Mom Two Boys. The most money I ever make is when I don't speak about Brittany. You are so wrong about that. Every time Brittany goes live and cries what a victim she is of me, she makes super chats. The super chats don't roll in because I speak about Brittany. People speak about Brittany every damn day. You're absolutely wrong about that. Matter of fact, I can pull up my own videos and show you which videos I received more super chats on, and I promise you they don't pertain to that heifer. Reporting potential crimes to POs is not illegal. They're public employees. The court clerk will give you the parole officer info when you call and ask for it. Tony's going down. I'm here for it all. He is, Teresa. I agree, Carrie Moody. And nothing is going to make her accept accountability. Nothing. Nothing's going to change her. She's just going to thrive off of it by being the victim she wants to be. Thank you so much. I hope you do. And we had a YouTube baby. Yeah, this is the channel, you guys. Want to go report it. Subscribe to it. See what it changes its name to next. Thank you so much, Bob H. Rent will come to first. Don't you worry about it. It's just a stupid comment to make. It's just not true. Thank you so much, Sherry. The only reason super chats are coming in now is because I've done a super chat goal, which I rarely ever do. Good morning, Miss Sherry. Exactly, Butter. I couldn't agree more. They knew what they were doing. They knew it. Green IPI, we're going to see what we can do when we go back before the judge. Until then, I don't know. I don't know what can be done. Thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you. They're amazing. I know she'll accidentally say my name. She's really obsessed. I mean, how would any of you feel if somebody accidentally showed their camera roll and it was all photos of you? How would you people feel if somebody for 4 years literally pokes and pokes and pokes and incites all this hate your way and then cries that they're a victim? I don't think y'all get it. I mean, I know most of you get it. I'm saying those that say things like, well, if you didn't respond, well, no, that's not true, because respectfully, I've spent weeks offline and it didn't stop her. Let's meet this goal. Thank you, Maleficent. All right. So again, I was receiving emails. I weren't, no, Gigi, not yet. Not until after the 13th will we get a court date. I was receiving emails, and again, I don't really look at my emails too much, obviously, because I open up to things like I saw last night, which I know wasn't sent to hurt me. I know that without a doubt. But it did. It didn't just hurt me, it hurt other people as well. I protect my daughter from things like that, so I will never, ever tell her that was stated. But it did bring me, never mind. The fact is, it's sick. I know, Lisa. I know. Gary, thank you so much. So Tony, Mr. Phony. It goes back to the third day of me ever live streaming, Lexi. And I exaggerate not. I've shown messages to prove it. I've shown the live streams to prove it. I still have to go through and find the live stream that where she came on panel and I confronted her about her obsession. There's 2 of them, and she admits it. So I will find those and hand them over to somebody else, because I won't be speaking on her unless I want to build up my backup channel like some other people do. Hazel Eyes, thank you so much for being a member here with us for 6 months. I could really make some easy content off of it, huh? Sasha, thank you for the 20, saving 99. So amazing how the interwebs connect us all across the world, right? Like Canada and Africa and Australia. It's so amazing. And yet kind of wasted by talking about nobody's like her. You know what I mean? There's just so much better we could do with our time. And I'm in that place where I'm ready to do better with my time, because I am done. I'm done. Thank you, Jackie. I will also be taking a personal report out. Tia coming in with the gifted. Thank you. Thank you, Jennifer Lynn. Imagine if that was ever stated about hers, Kathy P. Imagine if somebody even wrote out their names in my chat. That's the other thing. No, let me move on. I'm sorry. We got to stop. We got to stop. I could go all day, but we got to stop. I'm not doing it. I'm not falling for it. Good morning, Cynthia. Lori. Sold her. Oh my gosh, with the 25 months. Thank you, my friend. I agree, Penny Ann. I agree. Let's leave her in the dust, please. Yes. You have a great day as well, Stephanie, and drive safe. Good morning, my friend Chaos and Roses. They will get their karmas. I return all of them. We're all here for it. Well, we know they're a little bit shit in their pants, right? GG3 coming in with the 622. Thank you for the thumbs up. We know that they're shit in their pants, because guess what Tony's doing? Tony is committing fraud. What Tony is doing, give me just 1 second. Let's get on to this. What Tony is doing will be used in the courtroom. $57, in fact, God bless, and praying for you and your family. Thank you so much. I think we have officially met the goal. Hazel Eyes, thank you, thank you, thank you. Western Australia in the house. Lawrence, thank you so much. That is so cool. All right. It's very illegal. So what Tony is doing is he's committing fraud, right? And the judge will not be happy about this. So let me go ahead and show you all this. What Tony's doing is called fraudulent conveyance, right? And that's also known as a fraudulent transfer. So it is a transfer of property or assets by a debtor to a third party to hinder, delay, or defraud creditors. Now, I immediately sent it to my attorney, who immediately made me aware of what the actual meaning is, okay? Thank you so much, Michelle, for the gifted membership. Oh, snap. Kane figured it out. Thank you, my friend. I am going to win. I did win. We just got to seal it, right? And we're doing it. We are doing it together. As a community, we are doing it. Never say never. Coming in with the super sticker. Thank you so much. I really appreciate all of you. And Bob H with the 5 more gifted. Y'all making a girl feel special on this Wednesday. I don't know if she's in here. Bonnie O, my favorite little melon. That's the other thing. Like, you can't shame me for being a felon. My whole channel is based around the fact that we accept felons. We are felon friendly over here. If you are a felon and you have turned your life around and you are looking to do better, we don't pass judgment over here. We accept you. We accept people for their flaws. We accept people for their growth. We don't judge people. If you are somebody who's ever felt suicidal, if you've ever felt depressed, if you've ever felt alone, if you are somebody in recovery, rather that be from drugs, from alcohol, if you are somebody with a record, a felony, any type of, law, that there's plenty of people in this world that will judge you for that will try to hold you back, that will try to hold you down. Over here, we don't. If you are a good person, you want to do better, you are welcomed here. Felons, addictions, all of it. We don't discriminate. We are not better than anybody. We'll go ahead and be the little reject corner of the YouTube if we have to. I don't give a shit. You are not who you were then. And you won't be who you will in the future either. Sherry, thank you for the 5 gifted. Right, Janae? The only thing I hate about being a felon because I can't have a gun. Right. Listen, I'm genuinely curious, and you don't have to have any shame here. How many of you are either a felon or in recovery? Drop a 1. I'm genuinely curious because when these people make statements like that, I don't know if they've realized they're referring to a good portion of the audience. Hell, you can get a felon for the most minute thing. Matter of fact, some would argue that driving with your kids unbuckled, standing up, should be a felon, right? Look at you all in the chat. We are bonded. You are safe. You are welcomed. Casual Art, thank you for the 5 gifted. Little Boston comes in with it both. No shame in her game. You know why? Because she's not the person she was. Y'all keep kicking ass. Don't let judgmental nobodies like that judge you. You always look and you look at what skeletons they're hiding, right? Some of these people don't have no place, no business. I might be a felon and I might have been a drug addict and I will always be a drug addict, but in recovery. But I have always maintained my children. Ain't nobody ever step in and remove them from my custody. They have always come first and always will. And until and unless you can say the same, don't say nothing. Over here passing judgment. Don't you think it's a lot worse to have not been a felon, to have not been a drug addict, and to still lose custody? It kind of comes, Miriam is too expensive. It kind of comes with the territory, right? We fuck up. During addiction, we're not who we're meant to be. We do a lot of stupid things. We go a lot of stupid places. And we become something we're not. Amber Wright, there you go. Hell yeah. I've had felony charges. They were dismissed. Yeah, you lucked out, bitch. That's what I'm saying on Butter. Survivor everyday life here. Fact. Just know, I ain't judging you. I'm not judging your relatives. I'm not judging your children. I'm not judging anybody. One thing I've learned in life is that addiction does not discriminate. I have sat next to people with really high positions inside an NA room, and I sat next to people that were homeless. But we all sat together. It don't discriminate. The lie detector says it's a great day to have a great day. Amen to that. Let's pick this up. All right. Let's check out these fraudsters, right? While Tony Mathis over there might not have a felon, he sure is a corrupt motherfucker. And he's over here hiding assets. So what does it mean? What does it mean? The transfer can be intentional, actual fraud, or result in a debtor receiving less than reasonably equivalent value in return, constructive fraud. The goal is often to prevent creditors from reaching the debtor's assets to satisfy debts. So there's two types, right? There's actual fraud, and this involves a transfer made with the explicit intent to defraud creditors. And then there's constructive fraud. This type doesn't require intent, but occurs when a debtor transfers assets without receiving reasonable equivalent value in return. Would any of you be shocked to find out that Tony's done both? And the lie detector, thank you for being here with us for 6 months. Who would be surprised? Not many, right? Let me guess. Not many of you. Let me take an educated guess here. Hey now, slow down, Pines. Don't jump ahead of me. Nobody? Right? Okay. So it seems like Tony might have been the only smart one that accepted the fact that they actually lost. They lost. Probably because he has experience with 25 other lawsuits, but so he tried to jump ahead of it. So what did Tony do? Tony transfers his house into his wife Dana's parents, which would be Don A. Pritchard. The sellers' names are Tony Mathis and Dana Mathis, and they did a quick claim deed, which is a non-arm's length. I believe non-arm's length means when the buyer and seller have a pre-existing relationship like family, friends, or business partners. That's the definition. Now, give me 1 second. Thank you, Mullins. That's why I know, Mullins, when somebody has at most 50 active chatters in their chat and they claim they didn't see something, they're either lying about it and or their eyes are too squinted to see. But the fact of the matter is that person sees a comment that they don't like, right? So I know they saw that comment. It's cool. That comment led to channels like this that is using my daughter's name along with a gun. That's the type of people Brittany associates and sits with. Filth, bottom of the barrel, whatever. And people like Tony, who's been in over 25 lawsuits. So Tony here goes and tries to, he didn't try, he actually did it, but we know it. And we are watching everybody's assets right now. So he sells it for cash on April 7th. April 7th. Well, right here it tells you what the house is valued at, right? The house is valued at a whopping damn near $90,000. $90,000. His house is valued at. So surely he sold it for at least face value, right? At the very minimum, we know Sweet Jones came in with the 701 that at least Tony would have sold this 900,000. I'm sorry. What am I saying? 90,000. 900,000. Woo! $900,000 house for at least 700,000, right? 900,000. I'm so sorry. Oh, child. Let me. Ooh. Need a house for 9,000? Hell yeah, I do. So right, you're not going to sell a $900,000 house for well less than it's worth, unless you're trying to commit fraud, which is what Tony did. Tony sold this house for $1. $1. A single dollar. Does that sound or smell like fraud? Put a 1 in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat if you think this would qualify for what we just read as actual and constructive fraud. If you don't think, Tony Mathis, that this is going to go before Judge Eckel and she is going to get you for this, but let me tell you what else we know, because I got an attorney who knows these things. My attorney doesn't just know RICO. He's not just done civil and criminal. He's also very good when it comes to collecting assets. Unlike Joseph Lasniak, my attorney is an actual attorney. So what we can do with Tony's fraud, this is also how you know is facts to consider by the courts. The intent to defraud, whether the transfer was made for a reasonable equivalent value. Well, if the house is worth $900,000 and he sold it for $1, then we know that it was not transferred for a reasonable value. Whether a debtor was insolvent at the time of the transfer, became insolvent as a result of it. Whether a transfer is made to a close associate or family member. Right. It's like when a family member sells you a car for $1. He sold a whole ass house. Whether the debtor retained control over the asset post-transfer. Are we to believe, Tony, you're no longer living in that house? This is actual fraud, what he's doing. You brag that you're not a felon, you should be. Because the only reason Tony did this is because he lost the slap. Now, what can be done, the transfer can be reversed. There's a little maneuver my attorney can make. The date of this fraud, glad you asked, because I thought I showed, was on the 7th of April. The 7th of April, 10 days before the judge ruled on the slap, almost immediately after they tried to file their stupid restraining order / gag. Can I pet that house? Can I get a logo for 2? Billy Sunday, I got you. Tony just involved, you're right, he involved his in-laws in fraud. Tony is a fraudster through and through. Tony is a religious, in and out of the courtroom, frequent flyer. Tony, what else are you mishandling? What else are you hiding? What are you teaching Seth Rogers, who has all of his money going into his sister's name and his sister-in-law's name? Who's paying the taxes? He did. He involved his in-laws and his parents in his Ponzi scheme as well. Nope. Luna girl, he's going to be in trouble. You're going to be in trouble, Tony. You're not going to get away with this. Facts, Chris. If his house is only worth $1 to him, he should have no problem signing it over. Oh, absolutely, Alexander. I would have never made it this far without one. $1. What should be the consequences of fraud like this? Of blatant disrespect? Not only did you, listen, let's break this down for a moment. Let me acknowledge Lee the Bee. Thank you so much. After I made it through one of the toughest battles of my life, my best friend sent me a bracelet with the inscription, she believed she could, so she did. I'll be wearing my bracelet for you, GW. The truth is on your side. Wow, Lee. What a great friend you have. Thank you so much. So not only did this group of frauds, this group of phonies, not only did they file a malicious litigation to my courts, but now they are trying to actively avoid the consequences of the course. No, you're getting a little ahead of yourself, right? Because are you an attorney? Let me ask you this. Are you an attorney? They are not common. Quit claims are not common, especially when you're in active litigation. But you go ahead and tell me if you're an attorney, and then I'll tell you what an actual practicing attorney has stated. If you're welcome to come up and speak if you like, I'll give you a little education of the law real quick. That's the only good thing that's come out of this litigation is I've learned a lot that I otherwise wanted. Oh, Barb, I would absolutely love that. I would be honored. Thank you. Let me pull this up really quick because I was going to go through a different email, but I believe it was stated over here. Give me 1 second. I believe it is. I have not, beautifully anxiety. He tried it, girl. He tried it. But we're the criminals. We're the felons. We're the, we're all the things, right? And they're just the good-hearted people that are, just seeking truth in God. Bullshit. So let's take a look at this. Oh, you're asking if that account name was Michaela. No, I'm sorry. I don't know what they are. I know that they're not, you're not quite right in what you're saying, Mutt Rescue. Respect to you for trying, but you're not right in what you're saying. And I believe you made a comment about, give me 1 second, let me get over here to see. That you were also wrong about. Hold on. Give me 1 second really quick. Tell her to quiet. Okay, sorry about that. So what you said is there's no preservation order. Who told you there wasn't? Honestly, who told you there wasn't? I don't know if that's Michaela. I don't think that's Michaela's. I don't care if it is, to be honest. It is absolute fraud. It's literally called fraudulent whatever. It is fraud. That's probably who it is. Fraudulent conveyance. Right, it was. Preservation was sent. So anyway, this is what Tony did. Tony, you little fraudster. Know all men by these presents that Tony L. Mathis and Dana L. Mathis, husband and wife, grantors in consideration of the sum of $1 and other valuable consideration in hand paid, the receipt of which is hereby acknowledged, do hereby quit claim, grant, bargain, sell, and convey unto Don A. Pritchard and Donna L. Pritchard, husband and wife, grantees as joint tenants, not as tenants in common, with the right of survivorship, the whole estate to vest in the survivor, all the following described real estate situated in Delaware County, state of Oklahoma. A tract of land located, blah, 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 and then section of Township 24 North, Range 23 East, Delaware County, Oklahoma, blah, 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 blah. Together with all, and singular the tenements, inheritance, and appurtenance thereto belonging, to have and to hold the above described premises unto the said grantees, jointly with the right of survivorship, and to the survivor of them, and their heirs and assigns of such survivor forever. But you don't, JP, again, it is literally called I mean, fine. Okay. Believe what you want, JP. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, the fact that it's written in law is fraudulent conveyance, but go ahead and say it isn't illegal. It's literally right here that is illegal. Are you an attorney? Are you an attorney, or can you Google anything and maybe take a look for yourself? It is illegal. When you are in active litigation where you lost litigation and you are deemed to have to pay, right, which is why there's a law against it, because it's done all the time. It is illegal. It says it right here. It's fraud. Just because people do it all the time doesn't make it illegal. People run through stop signs all the time. Does that make it legal? Of course not. Your growth over last year's notice from a sometime listener to now member. Your class is seen. They will get what is deserved and will understand once they have to write that check. Not a melon yet, but hopefully soon. Janice, thank you so much. Thank you. They do, though, don't lie. They do. Like, people who don't practice law, who are not attorneys, who don't practice in my state where the litigation is, think they know more. They do. They think they know more. He did lose. What do you mean he didn't lose? Believe what you want. Listen, you believe what you want. I'm going to take my attorney's advice, who got me this far, who has practiced law for over 30 years, who is well known and established, and I'm going to go ahead and take his advice. I appreciate your comments, but I strongly disagree. Here, Lax. Hold on a second. I know, JP, you're so cute. You're so cute, JP. We all aspire to be a JP. Legal remedies, right? So you go ahead and think what you want. I'm telling you what it is and what he did. And what he did is shady. It's because he's been in active litigation his entire life, and he knows how to avoid these type of things. That's what it comes down to. But he's ran into a team of attorneys who also know how to do things. They're not going to let him get away with it. I know. Poor thing. Poor thing. Oh, that's impossible. That's impossible. Don't give unrealistic expectations. I don't think that's Michaela's. I told them they're welcome to come up, go ahead and give their opinion. You know, what I find rich about things like this is these people say these things, but if anybody, if they were in this situation, A, they don't know what they would do. B, they clearly think they know more than attorneys, so they would obviously lose at whatever they're trying to do because they're too arrogant to admit that they don't know more than the actual attorneys. But it doesn't, Dejan, because I'm telling you that it's literally called fraudulent conveyance. And it's something that you bring up during a damages hearing. Okay, and it will be a big deal to the judge that this man sold or transferred a house that's worth $900,000. Okay, for $1. The courts are going to consider it fraud. Thank you for having sense, A. Neil. These other people, they don't want anybody to succeed, right? They're just okay so long. If they dislike you, they would cheer on every aspect that is against you. They don't respond off of logic. They use emotions. And that's a sad way to be. I couldn't even fathom, but they do. But the fact that this was transferred for $1 while in active litigation, if you don't think the judge are going to fucking frown upon that, it's because you don't want them to. Do you think, let me ask you a respectful question. Do you think that Joseph Lasniak can argue anything? Do you think that? Do you really think that Joseph Lasniak could ever argue anything? Now, you know what's embarrassing? That this man who rides the back of a missing child, gets himself into frivolous litigation, was turned around and didn't do a quick claim. That's what's embarrassing. What's even more embarrassing is that people would celebrate or cheer on or accept this type of fraudulent behavior from a man who deems himself a national spokesman. Let me see something. Okay, here we go. Let's read about this. So why would Tony, right? If it had nothing to do with litigation, why would Tony go ahead and do this? I didn't use just Google AI, Bear Honey. I spoke to an attorney. If you don't think, like, you can go ahead and you guys can feel how you want. Oh, a quick D's always $1, or this or that. This man is in active litigation where he knew that he was going to lose. He has been in over 25 lawsuits. If you mean to tell me that he decided right before the judge made a grant to go ahead and transfer his assets, that's ridiculous. I know, it must suck when you know that if you were ever in that situation, nobody would ever help you. I can see how that would lead you to be, like, envious about it. I get it. It sucks. It's sad. I'm so sorry that people don't support you that way. Maybe one day, maybe if you start, like, I don't know, growing attention off being you and not somebody else, or maybe if you got attention off of, people really enjoyed you for you and not, who you moderate for, maybe in that case, people would go ahead and help you. And you too, if you ever found yourself, because you've done a lot of shit that you absolutely could find yourself in a similar position. But, and just, well, that's cool. That's cool. Are you like being a barbecue right now? Like, oh, I wouldn't need for that. Didn't you shame Clue for that? I wouldn't need financial help. You have 20, 30,000 to throw down on a frivolous lawsuit. Good for you. Money bags. Good for you. I don't know what to tell you. Oh yeah, you're not. You just beg for attention. That's all. You don't even know who my lawyer is. You have no way to even look up my lawyer to say that. Your 5 minutes are up. Go seek it on TikTok, okay? Bye-bye. You have no idea. These people that try to shame people that they don't have tons of money for litigation, there's hundreds, thousands of people in the chat that would never be able to afford frivolous litigation. No, I mean litigation at all. You better put that house back in his name. Listen, he fucked up. He fucked up. Yeah, there's absolutely no, like, to even make the comment, Penny, that you made is so stupid. It's just not true. Quite in tune exactly what's going on by plaintiffs and knows the law more than chatters. Right. And what Tony did was to be shisty. Absolutely. He didn't do this a year ago. He didn't do it 2 years ago. He didn't do it 3 years ago. He did it this year, this month. That's what I'm saying, Megan. Like, they think it's a flex to try to say that, but they're insulting a whole masses of people by saying that. I don't think there's many people that could afford a lawsuit. And if you could, good for you. But don't shame people for others. So look up quick claim in Oklahoma. No, listen, it's not even about the quick. It doesn't matter any of the logistics behind that, right? The point of the matter is that he did this because of litigation. Point blank, period. If you don't think the judge is going to recognize that the judge is going to see that and see it for what it is, you just don't want to see it. People don't want to see it that way, not you, because they don't want anybody else to ever have a win. You know what I mean? Like, they don't like you, therefore they want you to be wrong about everything. And it's so obvious, right? After his text as well, after the fact that he's been in over 25 other lawsuits, yes. He knew what he was doing. I know, I don't know. Why is it so hard to grasp? Because they don't want to grasp it. They don't want to. Right, they've seen it all before. They know. No, and McKenna, I meant that. That's why I said not you, because I'm speaking to the chat right now. I might be, Mumbles. Who knows? A bunch of chuckle fuck hardy folk that think they can beat the system. Right. I know. It's the same thing they did this whole time, right? They're not going to win. They're going to be slapped back and they're going to lose. And they should have just shut up. And they don't know what they're saying. They don't know what they're doing. But the truth is, these people don't know. And you're speaking solely off of emotion, not facts. And that's a shame. I feel bad for you. And it goes to say the type of shit that these people are wrapped up in, right, Alexander? Like, even people over in another person's chat saying, hurry up and claim bankruptcy. Yeah, go ahead and try it. It won't end well. Seth learns Tony's commit fraud against him. You have to be stupid to let Tony be in charge of your GoFundMe money. Really, Dejan, really? You don't think that anybody with a lick of sense knew that they were going to lose? You don't think Tony, who's been in the courtroom over 25 times for litigation, didn't know that he was going to lose? Tony's not a stupid guy. He's not he's not a Betty, right? He's not that gullible. He knew that from the onset that this wasn't going to be what they thought it would be. There's no doubt in my mind about it. He knew. So he tried. And it was a cute try, but it's going to go to the courts. No, I think he did, Dejan. I really do think he did. He can say whatever he wants, but it's going to happen. It's going to be shown. Maggie, welcome to the MFers. Right. He sure did. He sure did. I'm not attacking you either, Dejan. I'm just responding to you. I'm telling you, he absolutely knew. This man has been in enough litigation that he knew. He knew the moment they couldn't get a hold of Lasniak. He knew the moment that they filed a ridiculous attempt to add a restraining order during an anti-SLAPP filing. He knew. And then when you read the judge's opinions, even more embarrassing in how clear it was. Right, that's what I'm saying. They knew it was a losing case when they filed. They just didn't foresee Granny and Barbecue getting lawyers. Here, let me pull this up for those of you who think that you're right and I'm wrong, which fine, maybe you are. We'll let the judge decide, right? But I'm telling you that I know without a doubt that you're not an attorney. And I'm going to trust the attorneys. Well, and you know what? So did I, is me, Amberly. And there was many times that I've tried with JP, right? Like when she was doing her true crime, there's like 15 people in there. I would come in and, and she took a few little shots at me, but when I confront her, she'd kind of be like, well, not you, it's barbecue. And when I point out her hypocrisy and she didn't like that, I tried really hard with that woman. And it's a shame because again, she's just another one that goes after people, and this is just my opinion of you, and maybe I'm wrong. My opinion is she goes after people who are doing better, right? And I never understood that. I never understood that. Hey JP, you might say you'd have money to not have to ask for help with lawyer fees, but I'd never claim that I was caught up in a YouTube cult. Just saying. All right. Let's move along. He did it to hide assets, right? Anybody with a lick of sense knows that, but these people want to argue it because they don't want to face the fact that that he's a liar. Right, like kind of like I'm better than you, but I say things that are as equal as you, but yet I know. I found her entertaining, then I found it a little obsessive, and I don't know. Is that what it is, Betty? You think it's a superiority complex? I don't know. Oh, she is a BJ Simp? Since when? It's a hate bond? Oh, that's a shame. Bless it. So she's okay. Are you sure about that? Because she claims to be against things that BJ does. So I'd be shocked to find that out. But I don't know because I don't look at her chat and I don't look at her. I don't look at either of them. They all just need a little content for later. So let them be. Let them do their thing. So this was sent to me. And let's take a gander. Because remember, I know somebody in here, one of you are going to say, oh, wow. Oh, blessed. Okay. One of you are going to say, but wait, Tony's in Oklahoma. So what a BPA. He signed up for PA litigation. Okay. I know, money bags. Go help BJ pay her soon to be fucking judgments. Wow, that's shocking. So you have to wonder, it's like all the things she claimed to be against. See, this is why I don't get down with hate bonding, right? Like I see people call others out for being in somebody's chat when they dislike them, and they point out all the bad behaviors of that creator, but then they themselves accept that person so long as they have a common enemy, right? I don't like that shit. I don't get down with that. I find it to be bizarre. And that's kind of what we're witnessing when we say that. So anyway, Pennsylvania Consolidated and Unconsolidated Statutes, Commerce and Trade, Chapter 5.1. What am I looking at? Transfer obligation voidable as to present or future creditor. Okay, so here you go. It does mean that he's under our jurisdiction, Mutt Rescue. When it comes to this litigation, okay. All right, Mutt. All right. A transfer made or obligation incurred by a debtor is voidable as to a creditor, whether the creditor's claim arose before or after a transfer was made or the obligation was incurred. If the debtor made the transfer or incurred the obligation with an actual intent to hinder, delay, or defraud any credit. So for those you saying, well, oh, he did it before the judgment. Again, here's the law. You, my friend, unless you can come up and show me that you are an attorney, you are not. I will go after what the actual attorney states. Slim Hauser, thank you. Me too, bitch. Let's go. And that's what this states. Fraudulent transfer of property to avoid judgment occurs when someone transfers assets to another party. Then a family member or business. Right. That's what I'm saying. It's right here. We'll let the courts decide. But he did. Tony made himself jurisdiction in Pennsylvania. The litigation is in Pennsylvania. Okay. This is PA law, and this is how it can transfer obligation or voidable. So if it can be proven that he did this with the intent to avoid, which is obvious that he did, okay, without receiving a reasonable equivalent value in exchange for the transfer obligation, was engaged or was about to engage in a business or transaction for which the remaining assets of the debtor were unreasonably small in relation to the business or transaction, in determining actual intent under subsection, consideration may be given, among other factors, whether the transfer obligation was to an insider, aka in-laws, the debtor retained possession or control of the property. Is Tony still living inside that home? It was disclosed or concealed. I would say, he tried. Before the transfer was made or obligation was incurred, debtor had been sued or threatened with a suit. Right there, threatened with a suit. Okay? So you guys are wrong. I know you wish you were right, but you're wrong. Hell yeah, Oz. I can't wait to go to the Phillies game. The transfer was substantially all the debtor's assets. The value of the consideration received by debtor was reasonably equivalent to the value of the asset transferred. Of course, it wasn't, right? So yeah, I respect what some of you are saying, but you're absolutely wrong. Right, that's just it, right? Heffa, and I don't think people want to look objectively because let's face it, while I've never seen some of you chatters that came in, I have seen you, JP, and from the early set of this, you wanted me to lose. And I don't know why. I've been nothing but respectful to you. I always respected you in Queen's chat. I allowed you to take your little pot shots, and I still remained respectful. When I went up to confront you on Queen's, you told me it wasn't me, that you were talking about barbecue, whatever. And obviously that wasn't true. You also say you were deleting your channel after blowing shit up, but realized you didn't have the power to blow shit up. But I digress on that. But, the point being, I don't know where your hostility comes towards me. I don't know why you, as a fellow, I don't know if you'd be a creator, but as a chatter on YouTube, knowing that not just myself, but 50 others, including chatters, were also threatened with this frivolous litigation. And again, while you might have money to throw away into a frivolous lawsuit, you could afford a lawsuit, a lot of chatters couldn't. And there's no shame in that. Many people are living, day to day. Right, because people like her have to use names like mine to get seen. It's sad. I saw her true crime. She was lucky if she got 10 in there. You know what I mean? So bless her heart. It's a shame. It really is. Got to feel bad for people like her. You tried really hard. You almost did it when you were impersonating other people, but you didn't quite make it. I'm sorry for that. But don't take it out on those of us who were able to. The fact of the matter is anybody who looks at this objectively can see what Tony's doing. He's a slime ball. The law's written right here. It says it right here. Okay? I don't know why people want to argue things when they're not lawyers. Like you don't know. You may be hopeful. Oh man, the amount of people that don't like you. Oh child. But I don't know why though. Chaos, what is that? Okay. People want to, no, they don't want to be right, Mary J. They want me to be wrong. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not a matter of being right. They just don't want me to be right. They don't care if they're wrong. They don't want me to be right. Again, I don't know why anybody who utilizes this platform, rather be as a creator or as a chatter, would support this type of shit when it could come down on any of us. Any of us could get thrown into something like this. I mean, the fact of the matter is, it wasn't as simple as just shut up. I was never even sent a cease and desist to just shut up. I'm not a lawyer, but I play one on the weekends. I know I'm not wrong because I'm speaking with an attorney. I know what I'm saying. Thank you, Firewalk with me. Quite quick claim is common, but not when in litigation. Most people in divorce or something similar, etc. Tony's trying to commit fraud. Right. Tony's used to committing fraud. He's used to it. He's been in over 25 frivolous litigations. This is a man who sued so his little third grader could play football. To try to get attention, agent. This is the most she's gotten. Just let her go. Thanks, Onyx. I'll try that next time. Right, Sarah Loon. There's nothing saying you can't do it. There's just laws saying if you do it, it will and can be pointed out, such as what we see right here. This right here. PA law. A creditor's claim arose before or after the transfer was made. Claim arising after the transfer. It doesn't have to be beforehand. I don't know what you're talking about, Audacity. I missed it. Right, and then the wife's changing her name, and it's just shady altogether. Hey, Racken. Just because another person she doesn't like the situation with GW is give her right to not like others. Well, she doesn't like me either, and that's fine. There's just never been a reason. Right, so he's made a career out of suing people, and he knows how to avoid debt. And that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to avoid debt. He knows what he's doing. Thank you, Lauren. Again, this man didn't just wake up on the 7th and decide, hey, let me go ahead and transfer my assets into my in-laws' names. He did it with intent. Signed and delivered the 8th of April. It is weird that they also have a Delaware County, isn't it? Right, they would deed their home down, see something, but Tony deed his house up to them. Gary! Masses behind the Mathis are donkey asses. See how I try to make that rhyme? Is that a donkey? Thank you, ND Bushes. Well, she could, though. She could, though, Poetic Justice. She just doesn't utilize it right. It's a shame. Sheila, thank you. Right, Racken. People are just playing stupid. Good morning, J Fox. If anybody would like to come up, you are more than welcome to. And then I do not plan on staying on long because I want to go get some sun. I'm not going to go to the tan in bed. Instead, I'm going to go get the actual sun on me, and it'll be fantastic. 39 months, new account. Who this? Bitch, thank you for being here with me. Yeah. The people that listen, the people that don't want to believe it is because they don't want to believe it. Fine, good on you. Remain ignorant. It doesn't matter. Transfer obligation voidable as to present or future creditor. Doesn't have to be beforehand. Good morning, just say when. You are so wrong, because there's over 1,000+ people that do care. So that's ludicrous to say. Many people care. You know why? Because some people are so selfish that they only care about themselves. When you got morons like Betty out there screaming things like my constitutional rights while actively trying to take away somebody else's, people care. When you have these frauds come along and they ride off the back of missing child in an attempt to become, famous, to publicity seek, and they threaten an entire sector, an entire community of YouTube creators. Many YouTube creators care outside of this little sector. I think you'd all be surprised to see how many care. But if you don't care, that's fine. I don't care if you care. I care because at the end of the day, it's a big deal. Now, what you should care about, if you don't care about this, is care about the fact that this man literally stole the spotlight off of Sebastian Rogers. This man literally made it so nobody is talking about Sebastian Rogers. They're only talking about this litigation, and that's a shame. Hey, Mary.
Hello, Granny. I just wanted to jump up and tell you I'm so proud of you. So many people could have folded. And you're Pennsylvania. I'm from Pennsylvania. I'm from Philly. So,
Oh, are you?
yeah.
Hey, neighbor.
Hey. But I did want to just say congratulations and keep going, girl. Keep going.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Not
I don't
everyone.
understand.
What's that?
I just don't understand this idea of these people that act like they're so badass and they're so tough and they're so strong and they don't work for nobody and they do what they want. But they're the ones that say they would fold. I knew from the start I didn't have to fold, because here's the thing. If I wanted, first off, I offered to not speak on Seth Rogers. That wasn't good enough, okay? I never wanted to disrespect the father of a missing child. He disrespected himself and his son. But
Absolutely.
if I would have folded to their demand here, they're in my neighborhood. I did the Danilo Cavalcante case by their side. There would have been the next case that came along, and they would forever have me by the balls. I would never allow that.
Yeah.
But people get pissed, I just whatever.
And the people that are in your chat, coming at you like that, there are people out there that just like to fight. And they're just trying to rev you up. Don't give them that attention.
Right, because then they'll go live with it later and they'll play this clip and they'll brag and boast how they were. Yeah, I know what it is. It's a shame.
Listen, you just do you. You've proven you got a good attorney. Listen to your attorney, and
amen.
You know what I mean? Like,
right.
But I just want to say congratulations, good luck, and I don't know. I'm thinking of you. I've been praying for you, so.
Thank you so much. That really means a lot to me. Thank you.
You're welcome. Good always prevails in the end.
That's absolutely right.
Well, I'm going to step down, but you have a good day. Get yourself some sun.
Oh, you as well. Weather's beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, I love it.
I'm in the
mountains for the rain.
I moved up to the mountains, to the Poconos. So
right
now it's cold. It's like chilly up here, but
such a beautiful area, though. Good for you getting to the city and going there.
Yeah, well, I have two daughters, and I didn't want them raised in the city. It just had gotten so bad, so I moved up to the mountains, and then adopted a son. So.
Oh wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, I was bored.
That's so sweet, though. Good for you.
Yeah. So, well, you take care of yourself.
You as well. Thank you. It's such a pleasure having you come up. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, and I'll be watching.
All right. Talk to you soon. Bye. Hey, Nonsense. Give me one quick second, though. You can say hi, but give me a second.
Good morning. How are you? How's everybody in the chat? Seems like some people had some extra sugar in their tank this morning. A little spicy. I'm just going to sit here. I can't even see the chat right now.
Hey, Nonsense. Sorry, I'm back. Sorry.
You're good. You're good. I just came up on my phone and it looks like StreamYard did updates over the last week. I haven't crashed your panel in a while, so I just wanted to come up and say hi.
Hi.
and ask a question.
Yes.
So I came in late and I haven't rewound yet, but did he just did this right before litigation? Is that what
He
I'm
did,
getting?
he did it this month. He did it like 10 days before the judge's ruling.
Oof. Yeah,
Yeah.
I have no idea what that all means, which I got to rewind and listen to what you were talking about, but I'm sure your attorney will know what that means.
He sure did.
Oof.
Yeah. It's quite interesting. It's obvious what his intent was, right? And his intent was to try to get rid of his assets so that he couldn't lose them. I assume.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty obvious if, well, the way things were going. One other question. Why are they so pissed off about the America's Most Wanted? Why is the Green Team so mad about that? That's what I was catching up last night. And it seems
Are
like
they?
every one of the, oh, yeah, yeah. I went from all the channels that I normally cover and listened to like their coverage of that. And they are so bent out of shape about awareness for Sebastian. I thought that they said that they were on the right side of history, which would mean awareness being brought to the missing child. Nothing more, nothing less. That's what, they claim they're for, is for Sebastian. But they are so upset about this and they are twisting and turning and, oh, that's not how this works. Yeah, it's disgusting.
I guess because it didn't push their fake narrative and their allegedly fake reward, I guess, because they didn't I don't know. I'm shocked.
Yeah, it's bad. I've got like 6 of them lined up and I'm like, what the absolute, and it's all the team. It's like, I don't know if they got their talking points again of this is what we're pissed off about and this is what they didn't highlight enough and, pointing out the things of like, oh, well, did you notice that the one pointed out that Seth had emotion, but they didn't say it about Chris and Katie? Like, it's just disgusting. It's the typical rip it apart. Betty makes thumbnails with blood all over, the AI Katie. It's just gross.
Yeah,
All of
she's
it's just
sick.
gross. Nothing's changed. It doesn't seem like.
Of course they didn't. And I'm shocked that they wouldn't just be thankful that it was on such a network, like the networks Nick
Exactly.
promised he would get it on.
Yeah.
And that it brought a whole new awareness to Sebastian. That's horrible that they would even bitch about it.
Elizabeth Smart was on there. Elizabeth
Right.
Smart is one of the panel guests. Ed and Elizabeth Smart have done so much for missing persons. Her story has, like, her advocacy and her story, it is incredible. And just to hear them degrade the entire situation is astonishing to me. But I just wanted to come up and make sure I knew that the date was right and say hello. But that's all
They're
I had.
they're such trash. Ready Freddy's up here with us. Hi, Ready Freddy.
Hello, Granny. I just love calling you Granny because you're so smart. You're so smart. I just love it. Look, my grandma's 91 years old and she's as slick as you, girl.
Aw.
I wanted to say congratulations to you. I support you everywhere I can. I just love you. You're so intelligent. I pray daily for you and your family and all of this to hurry up and get out of your life. You
Oh,
are
thank you so
you
much.
are an awesome lady with great awareness, and I hope this doesn't deter you from doing what you like to do. You
No, it's
know,
actually encouraging me to go back to it. I've been thrown off a little bit and I don't like it. So
God bless you for that. You stay strong because you are a very strong lady and you have a lot of support all around you. And I know you feel it. And the last people that were up here giving you so much advice, I just so agree with them 100%. Stay focused. You're very good. You got nothing to worry about, honey.
oh,
Nothing.
thank you.
I believe in you and I believe in God first and he's helping you. I believe that too, okay?
I really appreciate that, Reddy. It really means a lot. It's so easy to see like these negative comments and get harped up on them. And
Yes.
that's so disrespectful to all of you that are here every day showing support. I need to stop doing that.
Well, you know what? You do have a right to speak your piece and you have a right to say it the way you like. We do not have the right to put people down and shit like that. But hey, tit for tat, what the fuck? Go
Yeah,
for it, girl. Just keep it. There's that
above board.
fine line. There's a fine line. Make sure you
Yeah.
know what that fine line is.
And I
think
almost
you
crossed it. And that's why I said today, I'm done. I'm no longer acknowledging it because I'm not going to go back to the way.
That's
I'm
what they
not going to go
want,
back to
Jess.
her level.
That's what she
absolutely.
wants. You
Right.
know that,
Yep.
though. That's exactly what
She-
she wants. She needs to bring you to that level.
Right.
Anybody
Exactly.
you hear in their voice that they're rattled talking to you, even in their typing, they're a little nervous or something, you can feel that energy. You know that, girl.
Yeah.
You know,
Absolutely.
try not to respond to the ignorance. And I do got to say, donkeys are cute, and I consider them all jackasses. Okay. And I'm going to let you go back to your show. I just really wanted to give you some verbal support, not just chatting support on the YouTube.
Oh, thank you. It really means a lot to me. Seriously. Thank you.
You're welcome. I love you so much, sweetie. You be safe and take care of that family. And I wish this all goes away for you soon. Soon. And what you don't know is I was the winner of my court date the same day you were.
Oh, where are you? Congratulations.
Yeah. I
Oh,
won
yeah.
I won an eviction. I had a landlord abusing me with no heat, no roof was leaking, toilet wasn't working, you name it. Half
Ah,
people. I turned her into the city, and
Good.
I won everything. So I'm done. Now she's
good.
being
Good for you.
prosecuted.
Good.
Yeah.
Congrats,
So
Freddie.
keep going, girl.
That's right. You as well. We got it.
And
We got it. Nobody's going to fight for us like we do.
That's right. And I've survived 3 high-speed car accidents.
Wow.
I hit a tree at 83. I was T-boned at 60. And then I was a hit and run at 75 miles per hour. And if I can still be here doing it, I know you can.
Wow.
And I love all your chatters. Thank you all for all your support for Granny. And I'm going to let you go back to your show now.
Thank you so much for coming up, Freddie. We'll see you
You're
back in
welcome.
the chat.
Love, 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 guys.
Wow, that was so sweet. Hey, small
That
town.
was sweet.
Hey, how are you guys?
Good. How are you?
Morning, small
Good.
town.
Hi. I was just gonna give my 2 cents on nonsenses on one of nonsense's questions. I feel that the green team, um, the way that they're reacting towards the America's Most Wanted, and again, this is just all my opinion, is because they didn't throw out these false narratives that they keep throwing out.
Yeah.
They didn't mention anything other than the $50,000 reward.
Yeah.
They did mention that, the possibility of foul play,
Right.
but did not back that up saying that it has to be Chris or Katie.
Right. The foul play could be a stranger, a kidnapping, an abduction, a parent. It could be anything.
Of course. And, and I think another thing, when they got to talking about the flashlights and stuff, they never mentioned anything about any of those flashlights leading to an unknown car sitting on the side of the road, like the green team has tried to make everyone believe for how many months now?
Did you hear what the explanation of that was, according to some of them? Is that they weren't sent the proper videos. They didn't see everything that Seth actually has and knows. They
Oh
didn't
my
get all
God.
the information. Yeah, there's excuses for every bit of it, though.
That's what they
I'm
said
saying.
about the judge in Pennsylvania too. Like they
Yeah.
don't accept it, man.
So they didn't see everything that Seth has seen, but Seth has come out from the very beginning and said it's 100% a trash truck.
Right. But then you got to add into it
Adamantly.
that one of them said that he admitted or said something that contradicted that to him in private, and he got to, Spanky got to announce it publicly with no facts, no proof, no nothing. But
Oh, the same Spanky that Nick doesn't trust?
yeah, well, I mean, who would trust that man? He's a handler. He goes from case to case to case, does the same thing to each and every case. And again, he got his position next to Seth, in my opinion, because of his own self-admitted words on the idiots panel, saying that he gave Seth a large sum of money in the beginning of this. I genuinely believe that a lot of the people that earn their spots on their green team threw a lot of money, financial support, and that's where how they ended up there. But
Right.
it's just shocking to me.
Justin
And
Yeah.
said that he gave a
Yes,
large sum. Wow.
absolutely. But that's what he did in the previous
Justin.
case too. That's how they got. That's how they secure a source. That is something that has been consistent with everything that they've done in the
Mhm.
cases that they cover. Is they throw large amounts of money at family members to
Oh,
secure
wow.
their source and into them. So I believe that he earned a spot in Tony's eyes because of that large sum of money, and I guarantee it's continued throughout.
Well, and is that the the same guy that also said while he was reviewing America's Most Wanted that there's no predators in that neighborhood?
Meanwhile, one of the first streams I did on this case, I went and checked out the predators in that local area, and law enforcement in the first 5 days had pretty much put eyes on a bunch of their um, sex offenders and other things in that area and did check-ins with them, and there was a bunch in that area.
Yeah, I mean somebody just did like a what do you call it? Like a clip of it yesterday
Oh,
that I thought was very, very um interesting because it, it taught where it showed where Justin said, because I think the America's Most Wanted said something about, could he have been lured out by a predator or could he met a predator, out in the middle of the night? And Justin stopped it and said, excuse me, there's no predators in that neighborhood.
Jess probably remembers this name, Tanya Cash. Tanya Cash was lured out of her own home and was held for 10 years, 1.4 miles from her home,
Mm-hmm.
by one of the school resource officers. She was 1.4 miles away from her family's home. She was 14 years old. He
There's a
groomed
movie
her.
based off that, isn't there?
I think there is, but I know that she just recently did a interview with Elizabeth Smart too.
Yeah.
And it's on primetime on Hulu, I think. Uh, but she was right there the entire time, and she even went out in her neighborhood. It took a convenience store clerk feeling that something was off 10 years later to finally push her to get the story. She had changed her name, her appearance had changed over the years, but she was in a home right there under their nose. There's been so many of them that are found blocks, miles with in their home. These people are idiots.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I mean, it's really, really scary too if you think about it. That, and I believe at the beginning of Sebastian's case, there was some sort of, um, I guess maybe like a type of house, like a red dot or something, like very close to Sebastian. And if I remember correctly, I believe it was talked about, or law enforcement had already like met with that person and like investigated and cleared them, and all that kind of stuff. Um, so, this whole narrative that the green team is trying to spew just blows my mind because I mean, like yesterday, I don't know how many people watch Betty. I can't stand her, but I do watch her just because I mean, I don't watch her all the time, but she just drives me crazy. But, like the way she was picking out things in that, like, listen to Seth, he truly wants to find his son. But now let's rewind it to see what Chris and Katie talked about. And all they talked about was how, they've been attacked and, police have been attacked and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, you know, they didn't say anything bad about Seth. I mean, they literally spoke facts that they've been attacked, Seth's been attacked, their police department's been attacked. And, they will all, and this is why I've always said, people wonder why Chris and Katie don't come out and do interviews like this because these people will literally take weeks and months and just pick apart every single thing that they say instead of saying, hey, he could have been lured out. He could have, ran away. There's other possibilities other
Oh,
than, you know, their house being a crime scene that they cleaned up and, just all this disgusting nonsense that is just, I don't know. I mean, a lot of
it's
times I just feel like I'm
frustrating.
at lost at words for it, because I can't imagine accusing someone of something that there's no proof that they did anything.
Well, on top of that, they're making a mockery out of anybody on the ASD spectrum also. So one thing that was mentioned in Spanky's review as I was watching, I had him on 3 times speed and was listening, and I was just so flustered because he was saying that, you know, if children do not elope by the age of 12, it's unlikely that they ever will. It's like, no, that's not. He was
Fucking idiot.
quoting stats from a 2012 study. 2012. And that's not what it states as is. And his information is completely off. It happens more often than people think.
Why doesn't he check the stats of baby monkeys when they're ripped from their mother's arms? Check the
Well,
stats of their well-being.
it's just ridiculous. They just spew anything to push a certain narrative. And it's like, what is that helping?
Well, and wait, and to clarify, because two sides of the same coin, you're not wrong. People have a right to pick apart everything the parents say. That's both sides. They do.
Right.
But when
Right.
these people claim to be working hand in hand with the father, they're a quote unquote team, the fact that they would take this brilliant exposure to Sebastian's name,
Yep.
this opportunity that families would fucking beg and pay for, and rip it apart because it didn't push the narratives they wanted, that's where the issue lies.
Absolutely
Well, and
agree,
they
Jess.
also have the right to pick apart both sides of the family, but they don't have a right to come out and accuse a parent of unaliving their child when there's no proof of that, and to not look at any other possibility of why this child is still missing.
It's almost like they're intentionally trying to make you look over here and not over there. It's almost like they're intentionally trying to take and remain keeping the focus off of finding Sebastian. I don't know.
Well,
It really bothers me.
they fabricate proof, right? And that's a whole
Ugh.
new low. Like to make up these blurb images and these theories and the audio that they claim came from a mic in the bush that night and do all of those things, that's where it goes too far.
Oh yeah.
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 And one
Well,
of
it's
the
a
things that
targeted
America's
harassment.
Most Wanted didn't do was they didn't plant Chris Proudfoot's face in a flashlight video to try to persuade
Oh,
their whole audience that he was there and that he
Right.
was guilty, and that um they didn't something else. I was just thinking something else Justin said that um kind of really, and to say that America's Most Wanted basically put out what they wanted because it is a TV show.
That's how production works.
I mean, he got the first opening 10 minutes, 12 minutes of their new series. Anybody, all these families that have missing loved ones would beg for that spot, for the awareness to be brought. And to see these people completely lose their shit over, well, it wasn't, targeted at, I guess this kind of blows their grand jury indictments out of the water too, because that wasn't mentioned either, that they, there's something brewing, there's grand jury. That's been since December that they've been trying to claim that one. Everything
Well,
that they
it's
say has fallen flat.
kind of like them saying that um when Chris arrived home that day from work, he went straight in and told Katie, "You were not to say another word to law enforcement," but yet the police are out here saying that all parents have been cooperating, and that, and I think another thing that came up in America's Most Wanted that the Green Team doesn't like is they said that the FBI has traced their phone activity and their vehicle activity and every car that was in that
Yeah.
neighborhood that day, and that
Of
goes against their narrative as well.
course they did. They're just angry they don't have that information. And to two sides of the same coin, that's the point. America's Most Wanted Missing Children episode was about Sebastian. And yet these
Yes.
people who claim to work on behalf of the father still couldn't keep the focus where it was meant to be. That's exactly it. And the
Yep.
only reason Sebastian's case or name has been replaced with this drama is because his father signed up for it.
Again, seems intentional to me. That's just my opinion, but it seems like it took a drastic shift. And I have always said, and I will remain saying this, that I do not believe At this point in time, there's evidence for me to say that Seth, Chris, or Katie are involved in his disappearance in any way, shape, or form. I will wait for law enforcement to make those decisions. But I do believe his behaviors and his mannerisms have been problematic because, as Small Town Girl was saying, April 12th was the last press conference by the TBI in Sumner County. And in that, they said all parents' stories have been vetted, not cleared. They have been vetted. Foul play is not off the table. However, there was no evidence of that at this time, and that they've been cooperative. Nothing has changed since then. The only information that we know factual is from the TBI in their website. Otherwise, we have nothing more. So it's been concocting stories, and it's taken complete shift. I mean, that first week was shifted. I'm going to take it back here. Who starts a GoFundMe day 3? How do you know your child's going to be missing 3 days in? Still, how do you know he's not going to be found? It's
Right.
been a shift from Sebastian to this grieving father, this grieving, vulnerable father who cut me off, Jess, if you want to. This grieving, vulnerable father is what the green team refers to him as. They package it up and they sell it to you that he is this broken, beside himself, incapable, grown adult man. Their own
And he's
words.
the only
Yep. In fact, Betty has even taken it to a level of saying that she thinks he has the same disabilities as Sebastian. So when you couple that with their words of him being a grieving, vulnerable father, and then see the leeches that leached onto this man at his worst time, to me, that is exploitation of a grieving father that might have disabilities. And he's allowed it. But is he, in Betty's words, able to make the own choices? And then you got Tony up there. You know, he has to ask me for $50. He's in charge of the finances and he's doing shit like this in his own life. I got questions.
Right.
Yep.
And then, he said that the GoFundMe was created for him to be able to search for his missing child. But then in the PA case, he admitted that he's only searched 4 times and claims that he was harassed and followed, but then turns around and says that the reason why he doesn't search anymore is because disability was following him around. And, Chris and Katie are also missing their child,
Yeah,
but they have
they
had
all are.
to put their pants on and go back to work because they're not out here taking money from people that they don't know. And they're still out searching for Sebastian and bringing awareness to him and, you know, all the things that need to be done.
Well, I thought Tony said before that Seth's sister has the money. He has to ask his sister for money.
He
Now
has
it's
to
Tony
ask
and her.
Tony and his sister, but I do believe that his sister does have the money, but I believe that he has to ask Tony and his sister for just even $50.
Yeah.
Why would that be said? Like what's the context to that? That's
They
so
were talking
stupid.
about the money situation and what the GoFundMe had been used for. And I think it was one of the second to last interviews that, unless I'm missing one, that Tony and Seth did on Seth's channel. And he made statements of the fact of him having say in how the money is spent. Yes, it's Tony and the sister now. Initially, it was just the sister. And then even the Cash App was in the godmother. Is that correct?
Yeah.
The godmother's name. I don't know. It's very weird. It's all very strange because, again, this man has made it 40 plus years. I think he's 40 something. I'm not sure his age.
Yeah, he's like
With
45. But what I'm not understanding is like, all right, so the sister's the one that collected all the funds and all, but what do they
Hold
know
on.
of Seth that they won't even hand the funds over to him directly?
Let me.
Like, is he evading IRS? Is it because of disability? Is he that untrustworthy with funds? Like, is he that immature that a grown man has to have other grown adults micromanage his funds? This is just so bizarre.
Give me a second. It's on the Lore Lodge interview. I'll go pull the actual. Let me grab my computer. I'll pull the actual statement so we can play it. I'm going to pop down off my phone and pop back up.
Why
Yeah,
would a
just so you
father
can hear it.
Why
be
would
back.
a father need to ask someone else for $50, but that person that they're saying is also in charge of his money, it's now coming out about him being, in all these lawsuits, moving assets,
Right.
all of
He's
this kind
reckless
of,
too.
right. And then I think it was in that same interview, Tony had made the comment that like he was tracking his expenses in this case and that him and his wife had spent like $17,000.
Yeah. He's like, I don't get paid to do this. I've spent money to do this.
But
David
why are you
Body's
keeping
right.
track of it then?
Right, if it's all because it's a tax write-off. This man's a slick con man, man. He's a used salesman. He's unbelievable.
And I
But
want to
Body's right.
know,
Maybe it's because he gave away the 12K and they're like, oh shit, we can't trust you with the funds anymore.
right. And I want to know, I believe it was the last live that Seth did that Tony was up there with him. And I didn't see it, so I don't know. That's why I'm asking. But I did hear where people were saying that Tony's Cash App was being shared in the comments.
Right.
Is that true?
Wait, say it again.
That in the last live that Seth did, that Tony was up there with them, people were saying that Tony's Cash App was being shared in the comments, but I didn't see it, so I
Oh.
don't know if it's true. So I'm asking, does anybody know if that is true?
Astro says it is true. I wasn't watching either, so I don't know. Did anybody else say it? Doxy says yup.
Really?
I was reading a comment, feisty Nana. Sorry.
Yeah, I could kind of tell. I was like,
Yeah, because I was like, yeah. Wow. So okay. Somebody did say that the Cash App did change names, and now he's pushing Tony's. Why? And what I don't understand is why every time this man goes live, which is only once a month, and that's to keep memberships, because like I hadn't used my backup channel, and because I hadn't been live, I lost monetization on it. That's exactly why they go live once a month, to keep it. It's so obvious to anybody. And then on top of that, they're pushing a Cash App. Why does this man still do, like, where is this money going towards search efforts? Is it, if you had $500,000 to hire a fraudulent team of private intelligence group, why do you need anybody's money? I don't get
right.
this.
And, what are you actually still
No.
doing that would need you to receive, $2,000 during your one live a month, plus, a Cash App and all that kind of stuff? Like,
Wow. His new Cash App name is the General.
shut up.
Feisty Nana, thank you so much for the 5 gifted. Wow. That's what they're saying. I don't know. I didn't see it. I don't watch this freaking wackadoos. I'm not giving Seth Rogers a view. You know why? Because Seth Rogers keeps his channel clean, and I can't stand that. This man doesn't go over on his channel and curse out Chris Proudfoot and say things like, you can take your belt off and use it on me because I'm a man and you're a bitch. He doesn't speak that way on his channel. No. He keeps his channel as the grieving father. The woe is me is so beyond obvious.
Yeah. And I mean, I don't know, like, just
when you add in science to the mix and things like
There
that.
it is.
Sorry.
No, you're fine.
No, go ahead.
Let's
Go
hear
ahead.
it.
Okay, so this is the context of, I backed it up about a minute and a half before it said, so people will get the actual context from it. Here you go. This is just for date and time purposes. This is from the Lore Lodge interview with Seth and Tony on February 17th, 2025, clearing the air with Seth Rogers and Tony Mathis from the Lore Lodge. Here you go.
Cost can balloon into the thousands of dollars really quickly. So, it doesn't surprise me that, 25 grand was spent on this. So what I wanted to ask as a follow-up is, I believe that from what I've seen, this originated from T-Rev, from Trevor Lee, that you had given some money to.
Just a side note, Lore Lodge, T-Rev and Trevor Lee are two distinct individuals.
Yeah,
Right.
I already say that.
Yeah.
A person to pay rent or mortgage or something like that. Is that true? Did you send money to anybody from that account?
Jesus, Granny, I've been back like 12 hours and here I am showing my psychopathic ways with pulling clips and timestamps again. Whoops.
Somebody's got to have that
Okay.
skill.
So just off the bat, flat out denial.
Actually, T-Rev came out and cleared that up.
I saw somebody sent that to me just before the show.
Yeah, and said that it didn't happen.
Yeah, which leads me to wonder where the hell did this story actually even come from?
Hold on, pause.
Is he walking?
Pause, because
Gotcha.
because first off, it was Seth Rogers' own good friend that said that Seth did pay it, and T-Rev said that out of embarrassment because he was friends with Seth. But when I asked T-Rev for receipts, he couldn't provide me them. He refused to give me any receipts to show that he's the one that actually paid it. T-Rev didn't have a pot to piss in when he crawled out of Michaela's front door right into when he crawled out of Athena's front door right into Michaela's. So we're not going to go with the lie any longer that T-Rev paid it, because I asked repeatedly, because I'm the one that T-Rev told that to. And I repeated it like an idiot, taking them at face value. And I repeatedly asked him for receipts, and he could not provide one. He would be able to show the Cash App transfer, the cash withdrawal. If T-Rev actually paid that, he would be able to show it. He didn't want to admit, and I believe he was still friends with Michaela at the time. But Michaela has stated that Seth did indeed pay that money. I think T-Rev was just embarrassed as a man and was still friendly with Seth at that point.
Well, I got a question. Won't damages, if damages are awarded, couldn't a forensic accountant dig into all of the financials around Seth Rogers, considering he is also a plaintiff, which has publicly had these funds going on?
Right.
Is that possible? Can they
Possible.
look into this stuff?
Oh, I'm sure, yeah. They get deposed.
Oh, interesting. So it might come out in the wash anyways.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
It all comes out in the wash.
Sure does. You want me to play further? Yeah, that's a good point that you brought up.
Let's hear it. They're just liars. We're not taking T-Rev's word.
Nope.
It back, like, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day, but it's a rumor, and it's if something like that had happened, you would think that somebody would be able to come forward and say, yeah, here's the receipt from me being given the money, but we don't have that. So
well, and we actually have a process now that's in place. I would say right around July, after I'd been involved for a couple of months, we have kind of a checks and balances internally to where when Seth has a need, he will come to me and talk to me, and his sister and I, again, we have some common friends from back home. We've gotten to be.
Okay. I'm going to replay this. I'm going to back it up in a second, but I just want to make a note right there. He instantly goes to, we have a checks and balances, his sister and I, and instantly rolls into this whole falsehood of, throughout this time, we figured out that we have people in common. He is doing that to try and make people comfortable with him. Like, there's some familiarity with this Tony guy, that he wasn't just a random stranger on the internet. Yes, sir, you were. Yes, sir, you are just a random stranger. Just because you found out XYZ crosses paths with XYZ, when you started this, you were a random stranger and still are.
Facts. Like, nobody has to trust you or know you.
Yeah, and it's such a falsehood of fabricating this story of he should be trusted. Okay, sorry. That drives me fucking nuts, because he does it constantly. He tries to make himself seem like he is, familiar with Seth, that he wasn't just this opportunistic stranger that latched on and basically tried to be his spiritual advisor at first, and then it went to his, confidant, and then his brother, and then uncle. Yeah, fucking sick. Okay.
Something like that had happened, you would think that somebody would be able to come forward and say, yeah, here's the receipt from me being given the money, but we don't have that. So,
well, and we actually have a process now that's in place. I would say right around July, after I'd been involved for a couple of months, we have kind of a checks and balances internally to where when Seth has a need, he will come to me and talk to me, and his sister and I, again, we have some common friends from back home. We've gotten to be really close.
There he goes
and
again.
I actually will go to his sister and talk to his sister about what the needs are after I agree that they're necessary. And then she will reach out to Seth, and essentially all three of us talk before $50 is sent to him.
How
So-
embarrassing.
Or
How embarrassing.
see, like this is so
Conniving. It's like, oh, well, even his sister I'm close with, so hey, if you guys don't trust Seth, you can at least trust me because I'm a salt of the earth guy. First off, this goes to prove that Katie and Chris are the reason that Seth Rogers was even able to get to Tennessee from California after living in his car when Katie left him and he wanted alimony, because they helped this man build a life so he could be there for his son. So this idea that they're these horrible monsters, no. Secondly, how berating as a grown man to sit there and say, well, he has to come to me and I go to his sister and then all three of us talk before we even give $50. Because without a doubt, he gave that money to Michaela, and it was such bad optics. And they were so mad about it that they had to put this little safe barrier in place for it. Ew.
Yeah. And who is Tony to determine whether or not basically that money is approved to then go to Seth's sister and ask for the money? Because he said that Seth comes to him, and then once he okays it, then he talks to his sister to basically release the $50. Like Tony said, it was okay.
Right,
Why
it's pathetic.
does he have any of power like that at all over the father of a missing child?
And
I don't know, but as donators, wouldn't you be a little upset to know that Tony Mathis has control of those funds? How gross.
Well, and that's like, this is another thing. And please, like, make sure you're hearing, and not you guys, but the chat, hear me when I say this. When they continue to make this man be the vulnerable, incapable, by making statements like this and continuing to paint that narrative that he's incapable, it looks like opportunistic individuals such as Tony Mathis have leached on to Seth Rogers and taken control of very important pieces of his life, such as his financials. That's a dangerous, dangerous place. So they're telling us that he's a vulnerable man, but yet they have control of very important aspects of his life. This is scary.
Right. Well, and also why so this also kind of throws up a red flag of why has Betty been out here acting a donkey's ass like she has when it comes to Tony Mathis? Is it because he controls the money? Because I've never really seen her like come out and do a live like she did about Julie on Tony. Like
Well,
I've
you
never
gotta
seen her
remember.
act like that when it came to like someone.
Tony is her connect, though. If you go back and remember, Tony was the first person. She maneuvered this by getting in with Tony because her and JLR, she was mad at JLR for losing her little badge in his group. She was throwing a fit. She was booted out of there. She used Tony and JLR's going back and forth to posture herself with Tony. So everything, her access to Seth is all through Tony. So she has to fight hard for Tony, harder than anybody, because of he is the one, how she gains access to Seth. Tony basically has packaged, this is my opinion again solely, has packaged Seth up as like a product that he is selling to the public, to the highest bidder. If you will go along and paint this narrative, and if you will go along and throw money at him and defend him and do all these things, then you have limited access. But Tony determines who has that access and when and how they get it.
Right. Yeah.
And Betty has to, what are we always accused of? Kiss the ring. Betty has to kiss the ring. Well, first of all, let me tell people a secret right quick. If you wash your ass, you don't have rings. Start washing your ass, you won't have rings. Anyway.
Well, they signed an NDA that says they're not allowed to disparage them, so they're left with no choice but to, go along with everything. And actually, I have to wonder if what they're saying is even true, or if it's just a way to keep people, feeling secure and sending in donations.
Yeah, well, good point.
Hold on, repeat that. Repeat that. I missed some of it.
I said, I wonder if what they're even saying is true, or if it's a way just to make people feel secure and continuing to send Seth donations.
Yeah.
Oh,
A
yeah.
falsehood to make them feel comfortable.
Well,
He is truly a salesman. He truly is.
Yeah,
yeah,
he
because
is.
if you go back and listen, I think it was Julie that said that that Crumbtown Buzz, that Tony reached out to her to reach out to Julie to ask Julie to take Sebastian's name off of that petition or something. So she's another one that rides hard for him. And the stuff that she spews.
Which, by the way, Seth openly admitted that the only reason he took issue with that petition is because he already had one going.
Right.
So
And
it had nothing to do with like what Julie was fighting for. It was that she was stepping on his petition, that everybody should sign his and not hers. That's what it came down to for him.
it's all about optics. A lot of
Right.
it is.
It's all about him.
But so now I'm kind of like wondering or thinking, like, how and why is this Crime Time Buzz so deep into this?
I got my thoughts there. Jess, you want me to take this down? Did I prove, or was that enough?
Yeah, that's good enough. Thank you.
Okay,
And
you're welcome.
I believe, I mean, I noticed that the date she started on all of this, I think that these creators went seek. I don't think it's anything big. Like, I don't think it's Tony's wife or anything like that. I don't do that whole tinfoil hat thing. What I do believe is that these were creators that wanted to be part of. And I think they sought out the same way Justin threw money at Seth. I believe maybe this woman did something similar, and she so badly wanted to be on the inside and close to a father and get the inside details that they sold their soul to this fake agency to do so.
In fact, I'll go pull that right quick.
Praise the five. Great point. I think the Cash App changed due to having to provide for financial records for court with Seth and Texana. And another poncho scheme for Tony.
But I
Speaking
just
of
don't understand how
GoFundMes,
these creators can get out here and spew the language like that Nick is the great guy.
because
But
they're
then on the other
desperate.
hand, you've got Betty running around here saying, all these felons. Well, what in the hell is Nick? And he's on your team. He's your right-hand man.
He's a rat, is what he is. But speaking of GoFundMes, I want to bring this up really quick. So it was brought to my attention that the other night, it was shared via Molly's platform that a fellow creator, TM, I don't care if you like her or not, I'm not particularly fond of her. Her son is unfortunately battling leukemia. I probably said that wrong. Lymphoma, whatever. Lymphoma is how you say it, I believe. And they did meet their goal. But if you were able to spare anything, I'm sure no amount of money can really compensate for the medical expenses and the the assault and everything that comes along with it, far more than medical expenses. If you are able to and in a place to, here is the GoFundMe link. I'm sure they will be grateful for any bit that can help. And again, this isn't a creator to creator thing. This is human to human. I don't care your personal feelings on this woman. This is a child. I believe it states he is 20 years old. He could be any of our children. And if you have it and you're capable of it, it would be fantastic to, I'm glad to see they raced over their goal, which is fantastic. But again, I don't think there should be a goal on something like this. I'm sure every dollar can help. So if you have it in you, if you're able to, it's a great cause. And prayers work as well. Sending prayers absolutely works.
That's horrible. I had no idea about this. I am so sorry. If Tiffany hears this, I am incredibly sorry, and I hope the best for you and your son. I will share it out to you. This is
yeah, I don't want to keep the photo up there and stuff. I'm not trying to exploit her situation. I just want to bring awareness to more eyes, and if anybody is able to. Well, yeah, so TM has, via Molly, spoke about it. It came out, I believe it came out on Molly's last night, is my understanding. I don't know if she spoke about it on her own channel, but I do know that Molly did speak about it. And the community amazingly came together. Actually, Tiffany did do a stream on it as well, so they did. And then through Molly's channel, but it is down now, but I just wanted to put the GoFundMe link out there and send some prayers. Yeah, I couldn't fathom. This one of those things where like YouTube doesn't matter. personal, little tit for tat on YouTube doesn't matter. It's one of those life things where, you got to remember there's things bigger than YouTube.
This is the worst. Having a child with any type of illness is the most daunting situation, and you feel helpless. Like there's not enough you can do, and I don't wish this on anybody, and I really hope for the best outcome for her and her child both. This is when YouTube doesn't even exist at this point, or a tit for tat
Exactly.
or anything. This is real life, and this is what community is there for. So again, thank you for bringing us that information. I had no idea, and this is
Yeah.
heartbreaking. Absolutely heartbreaking.
I didn't want to, I had to throw it in there somewhere. And we were speaking of GoFundMe's, and that's the purpose of GoFundMe's, right? Like, they're the things that matter. And I understand the beginning, Seth being able to afford to look for Sebastian is something many people supported. But when you find out that he stopped looking because he felt that disability was watching him, how can you not be disgusted by that? And then now he goes live on a monetized channel once a month to collect ad revenue and keep memberships, and then drops different cash apps all throughout. Absolutely horrible. I think this man's a grifter. I think Tony's a grifter. It's obvious they're all shady. It's obvious they've all had dirty dealings in one way or another. And including their entire team, quite frankly. Did you see the information that came out on that Lady Freedom?
Oh gosh, that's a
I was emailed that a couple months ago, and I mentioned it. I was included in a mass email that went out with her record and Betty's responses. Betty's responses were did I not show you that, Jess?
No.
Oh, I'll send you it. It's wild.
Yeah. So she, the other day when Seth jumped up on Justin's to defend Tony, not the allegation that Justin just read out about his son, it was brought up how she's one of their team members. Again, Betty wasn't, Brittany wasn't, Julie Valente wasn't, but sure enough, that Lady Freedom was. And if they want to talk about felons, and Brittany wants to talk about Granny's a 2-time felon for retail theft, this woman has indecent exposure twice.
Yeah.
She literally has crimes against children, but that's part of their team.
So what I just pulled up was taking it back to the Crime Time Buzz. I agree with you. I don't do the tinfoil stuff about, I think she is, Crime Time Buzz is Crime Time Buzz. I think she's just another opportunistic person that got herself involved. But I don't know if you remember this interview where Tony speaks on her. I'll play this right quick. Just
hold on 1 second. Doesn't that lady, whatever her name is that you just talked about, is she the one that people are talking about has an active warrant?
Yes.
Oh, jeez.
I believe she was also part of making that blurb image, part of Justin's team.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll show it to you.
Yeah, it's extensive. And I don't know if it's her current or previous partner has massive, scary charges too.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's a big deal. And the green team is, just so everybody knows too, Betty was CC'd in this mass email. There was a bunch of us that were CC'd in this mass email, and Betty responded to it. And her response, I've read it before, was basically like, I'm not interested. I don't care what you've done in your past. But yet she uses it against everybody else.
Uses that all right. Come on.
Yeah. Do you want me to play this right quick just to remind?
Yeah.
Okay. This goes back to the Crime Time Buzz situation.
It is Craig
Betty and Josh and so many others. Crime Time with Jay, and But we appreciate you and the way you handle business. We appreciate you bringing your followers.
Okay, it starts with Spanky, but I'm gonna speed it up just because these guys drawn on. But she comes on in a minute.
Over directly to the live like you always do.
Yep.
Right.
And we just, most importantly, we appreciate you supporting Seth and being a friend.
Thank you so much, Tony.
Speaking of those messages, Jess, I would like to see the responses, the back and forth, because we know we're only getting the one side of those. But I agree with you. What you were saying yesterday is it seems very interesting that we're only getting one side of that conversation, but that's
always the way it is.
Yeah.
People cheer it on though,
And after the fact, you'll have how that always happens too.
Oh, right.
when people show you who they are, believe them the first time and don't be so excited because they're bringing information out. They usually have intent.
Right. And they
Mm.
sit there and support it while it's happening. And then when they have a
Yeah.
falling out, they're like, look at the horrible shit they were doing that they were part of. Fuck off.
Yeah.
I share the same sentiment. So thank you so much.
We appreciate you, buddy.
Did Seth fall down?
He's probably taking a minute.
Gotcha.
His makeup's
It's,
horrible.
It's been a long couple days, so
Gotten better though.
I can imagine. I can imagine.
Has it?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Oh, jump
You're fine.
scare.
You're fine. Well, thank you so much,
Sorry,
guys.
Honey, be
Much love.
petty. Stop it.
I should pull out the pictures of Spanky in Georgia. I did like a whole FUPA compilation and one from the backside too of one thing is not like the other. My ass compared to all of theirs. I was being petty as fuck. But old Spanky has upped his makeup skills a little bit and doesn't show his full body on cam anymore for a reason.
He's like Trump. He thinks he looks great with the orange makeup. He looks like he's fucking dead. Sorry. Nothing about politics, my friends. The makeup is horrible. We can all acknowledge that.
He used to do makeup for the morgue, I guess. So there's that.
Right.
Love to
Well, I don't
both
know.
of you.
Apparently he lied about owning a morgue.
I never heard he said he owned one. I don't know.
Oh.
Oh, and by the way, let me say this on panel very clearly because it's being said. I did see this yesterday too when I was catching up that Jess supposedly doxed Spanky, Justin
Johnson, JJ.
He used to have it scrolling across the bottom of his screen in his Cash App with his crime factor bullshit. So miss me with the fuckery. For years when he started on this app, his name and everything scrolled. It was
Similar to
announced-
Brittany Jackson, her scrolls as well. But yeah, call it a dox when he said it on Nancy Grace. Justin Jensen said, "Hi, Nancy.
But
My
did
name is
anybody
Justin
hear
Jensen."
when that Nancy Grace episode was supposed to come out and like he gave his name? Did anybody else hear where Molly said that that's not that he gave
A fake name?
Yeah.
That's his alias. And then Dolly said the same thing. Dolly said that's not his real name either.
Well, no, it's likely not.
Yeah,
So then
we
it's
don't
not
care.
a dox.
It's not these people don't know the definition of dox anyhow. It's not
Yeah.
a dox.
It's not
Fuck
a doc.
off.
Especially when he scrolled the name for a
He
long
scrolled
ass
it,
time.
and he
Yeah.
went on national news with it. Like
Yeah.
just because Nancy removed the fucking segment doesn't mean we all have to remove it from our brains.
Right.
Justin Jensen.
Stupid ass.
Stupid ass.
Thank you to everyone in the chat for the support, not only for
The fucking
You need to thank your
melatonin
glasses for
YouTube.
supporting that nose that you try to make disappear. Holy shit.
Sebastian, Seth, Tony,
Oh, I
myself, all
love
the other
that.
creators. Thank you all so much. God bless each and every one of you. See you.
Have a great Christmas, buddy.
Merry Christmas.
Oh,
right,
stop with
here we
these
go.
fake fucking prayers.
Here
Oh, is
we
this where
go.
they all went up and circle jerked on the holidays
Yes. This is,
and
where,
praised each other?
this is where Crime Time Buzz comes in, and this is to me very telling.
Look at the fake huffing.
We have another guest yet, buddy?
Yes, we do. We have Growing Time
Yeah.
Buzz.
Where's
Oh,
your mom?
Are you sure that's not Betty?
I don't know.
Hi,
See,
Jay.
this has always
Hi,
been
how
my
are you
problem.
guys?
No,
One
this is
second,
Jay. This is
nonsense.
Gotcha. Go.
This has always been my issue with them. It doesn't matter where these people are. They are so again enthralled in the drama that even on a segment, a holiday segment meant to honor Sebastian, Tony has to make a joke like, "Oh, is this Betty?" They do this inappropriate shit all the fucking time. Tony lives for the drama. He loves it. You heard Seth Rogers himself say, "Oh, I have a hard time falling asleep." Tony's like, he's not sleeping at night. Then Seth comes up and goes, "Yeah, as soon as I start to fall asleep, Tony calls me to tell me what people are saying about me on YouTube." What kind of fucking PR man does that? What kind of friend does that? What kind of brother, uncle does that? My friends know not to bring any of this bullshit drama to me. They're not going to impact my day, let alone my sleep. Tony is a selfish, self-centered, snake oil salesman, a piece of shit, an actual tragedy vulture who finds people near him and or seeks them out via social media to present himself as a PR man so he can sit by the likes of Nancy Grace, who erased you off every episode she ever hosted you on. You should be ashamed of yourself, Tony, and Dana Mathis, you frosters. Fucking sue me for it, you despicable, get by frequent flyers in the courtroom. Get rich quick, motherfuckers. And now you're doing it off the backs of missing children. And Seth Rogers, you deserve it. Birds of a feather. He deserves it. You deserve every single second of it. Now go ask Uncle Tony if you could have $50, you little beta bitch. Fuck them. Like, how fucking immature. This is meant to be about Sebastian's first holiday night at home. Yeah, that's what gets me in trouble. I can't though. This whole thing should have been like, it shouldn't have been to come up and circle jerk each other and tell each other how great we are and how we're all family. And hey, I'm going to give you publicity on Christmas for all you've done for us. You get to come up. Yay, few extra subs. And then Jennifer Koffendorfer restreams it to her own audience because they're all greedy bastards. None of them give a shit about themselves. And they most importantly don't give a shit about Sebastian. Shame on all of them. Now go ahead and play the fucking lousy bitch's voice. I can't stand it.
I don't have to play it if you don't want me to.
Oh no, let's hear the little,
okay,
you know what, sucking piece of shit.
All right. And period. Is that what I'm supposed to say after what just I don't
Unless you want to be like smiling and be like, mic drop. Fuck, man.
She's another one I cannot stand.
They're all despicable.
She got the talking points too. Here, let's play this really quick.
Is it Betty, right?
This isn't Betty. This is Jay. Crime Time Buzz.
Okay.
It's cute. Thank you for saying that.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
Tony's teeth are as big as his fucking
want to tell you how
wife
much,
name.
I wasn't scared of Jess at all. I was just like, oh shit, did I bring this out on her today? I didn't mean to do that.
No, these people deserve it. I'm tired of it. I'm so tired of being demonized as, you know, in eyes of people like PJ, because I'm not even going to say your fucking name. That's how irrelevant you are. That like, oh, I'm riding off the back of a missing child, or I'm exploiting a missing child while you support the antics of this. The fuck out of here. The fuck out of here.
You have every right to feel the way you do. You have every fucking right. We talk about that all the time. Like, this has impacted you in ways. These people are in your neighborhood. They're in your I can't.
Yeah.
I can't
No, everybody gets it. It's just the idea that, you know, and these people do this thing, right? Well, they'll go live and they'll talk about what I like the whole like, oh, just fuck off. I'd fuck off with all of it. This is despicable. This man shouldn't have been able to compose himself long enough to go live. It was his first holiday without his son. It was also his family members' first holiday without their grandson, their nephew, all of that. Instead, he held hands with Tony in Oklahoma and they did an exploitation fucking ring around on the fucking YouTubes. This man is only about public perception, and I think I didn't mean PJ Vision, not at all. I purposely said somebody else's name backwards because they're thinking his ass backwards. But now you got me off track. What they did was so gross, and I don't think people understand the gravity of how gross it was. You all have pushed our rhetoric for the X amount of months, so to pay you back, we're going to give you an ounce of publicity by coming on our streams, and we're going to make it about each other and how we love each other, and we're uncles and we're aunts and we're all these things. Meanwhile, we're not going to show Sebastian's face. We're not going to give a fuck about it. I mean, the whole thing's horrific. It's absolutely horrific.
It's all intentional distractions to keep the focus off. And to your point, I just want to add one thing. I can't imagine being such a miserable fucking piece of shit that I hate a random stranger on the internet that's never had any impact on my life, that I've never met, that I've never done anything, that I really want to see them lose an injunction that is claiming that they're involved in RICO and racketeering. I can't imagine waking up and saying, well, XYZ, they might have said this to somebody that I wasn't even around for. But, you know, because of that, I just decided I'm going to hate that person and hope they lose everything and hope that, you know, fuck that. That's some weird ass fucking fuckery. I don't wish that on anybody.
It's almost as weird as dressing as another woman and only getting attention off of it. But hey, what do I know?
Well, and I'm wondering why this right here took place. And instead of Seth being with his mother, who is also missing a grandchild.
Right. Or why not do what the Walls have done, right? Which is where they go put ornaments on the missing children's tree and they honor not just Summer, but all the kids. Why didn't he hold a visual at that point? Why didn't he collect for Toys for Tots in the name of Sebastian? Why did it have to be something that's based around Seth? Every single person got up there and patted that grown man's ass. Not one of them besides the lab, ironically, had zero consideration for Sebastian.
Absolutely.
When they're doing this, why isn't there Sebastian's missing poster up on the screen or anything while all of this fuckery is taking place?
It's not about Sebastian. It was about supporting Seth. And listen to
Right.
this. Listen
It
to
was
what she
bowing
said.
down to the general.
Yeah. Here you go.
We've been watching your channel for a while now. You're doing a great job covering the case. I personally want to thank you for supporting Seth and keeping Sebastian's name out. And I'll turn things over to you and let you speak for a few moments.
I personally want to thank you for supporting Seth. See, not keeping awareness out for Sebastian, supporting Seth. Okay,
Comes
we see
first
it.
and foremost.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, they tell you who they are. You just got to listen for it.
Well, Seth, you know, you've made it easy just to want to support you. You've been such a man of strength. And as we learn things, and I know you told me today you want this about Sebastian, so I'm going to make this part short. But as the case went on and the more we learned, the more your strength was just unbelievable. Your restraint, your strength, you've kept things confidential that I don't know many could or would. So I commend you for that.
But
I
like
really do. In a
legal-
tough situation, your integrity stands strong in
Yeah,
the
you're
hardest
right.
situation of your life.
Shut me up.
And I wish you a Merry Christmas. And I know
Kyle just walked out and he's like, "Oh, you're on. Oh, welcome back. You got her fired up today."
You just shut me up, girl. Just shut me up.
I said I didn't do nothing.
I mean, we're now congratulating the father of missing child for not exploiting CPS documents that are illegal to exploit.
Right.
That's the strength and restraint he's shown. What strength and
Integrity?
restraint?
What fucking integrity?
Right. What integrity?
I'm
Well,
sorry.
one thing I want to know is how come none of these people that are this green team, you know, all about Sebastian, why didn't not one of them say, hey, instead of having these multiple vigils a year, if we can get this many people together to attend this, you know, go to this church and remember Sebastian, which I think is weird, why don't we get all these people together and why don't we all go search?
Because they find no point in searching. You've heard Seth and Tony say it themselves. There's no point. First off, Seth doesn't want to lose that disability check a month. Mama J, thank you so much. And Tony said there's no point in searching. There's no point. These people have not orchestrated one search. Matter of fact, what Seth sold us for months was they're searching for a place to search. And they're going to have a search next week. And every time next week came, it was going to be next week and next week. Because he didn't want to come out and tell the masses that he's a greedy bastard and he doesn't want to get caught searching because he might lose disability. Just like he lied that injury was new from searching for Sebastian, yet that injury was mentioned all the way back in his DVRO papers. And then he went on a different platform and said, no, it wasn't from searching. The man is a liar.
Well, if there's no sense in searching, then why have a tip line and why follow up on these tips in North Carolina and all these places that you say you follow up on if there's no sense in searching?
To make sure nobody gets close to the truth.
Yeah.
What better way to intercept the fucking tips than to intercept them yourself?
Yeah.
You don't search for what ain't lost, right? I just don't have the means. I know, I just don't have the means. You're not asking the right questions. I mean, this guy has it written all over him. I'm sorry. And nothing has ever made me feel this way more than watching a year now of his behaviors. And I'm not saying that the Proudfoots aren't involved. I don't know. For all I know, 2 of them could have orchestrated it. All 3 of them could have. I don't know. Maybe it got bigger than they thought. Who knows? I know that they care more about optics than they do finding Sebastian. Because guess what? The moment Sebastian is found, they're on to the next. There's going to come the day where Seth Rogers is nothing more than a chatter in the chat box. Sebastian's army is replaced by the next child's name. And everybody moves along. And Seth knows that. He knows that.
When you've got all these times that Betty and Tony have been to Tennessee, you know, to attend her court cases, you know, and she is there for several days or whatever. Why isn't there any videos out there of them 2 searching?
Because they think the Proudfoots killed him. Why would they search? Seth only says on public national news that he believes Sebastian's alive and only on his panels. Everywhere else, he has his little minions pushing the idea that Chris and Katie did something to Sebastian. So you have to wonder, does Seth really? And matter of fact, it wasn't even until they got in this litigation that they all started saying that Sebastian was alive. Nick said that he was likely laying dead in a ditch somewhere. Seth Rogers said I would have blood on my hands. Dog the Bounty Hunter said he's probably in the sewer pipe out front of the Proudfoot home, yet still never took his goofy ass there to search. All of them made remarks that they believe that Sebastian is dead. But in order to get somebody to stop interference and to try and attempt to get me with child endangerment, which was asinine, I don't know what fucking attorney came up with that. They had to pretend they believe he's alive. And if Seth admits that he no longer believes Sebastian's alive, his money well dries up. Period. It's a fraud.
Well, I guess that also kind of confirms that the ridiculous billboards that have now been put up are just out of like spite.
Of course they are.
Because there's no need for anybody to be on the lookout for him, even though they portray Sebastian, in my opinion, as being a fugitive, because that's how most people know Dog the Bounty Hunter.
Seth said before that Sebastian probably doesn't know he's missing, that he's likely in a room somewhere playing video games with no access to the news. Seth said that. That's a weird fucking statement to make. No, those billboards were for the purpose they were for, was to aggravate and agitate the Proudfoots, and it worked. Look how big they cheered and celebrated when Chris finally lost his shit. They loved it. And then Seth got to come out and be like, oh, you can roar, I can roar louder. And he made a ton of gay jokes and yo mama jokes, basically. Can you imagine
Well,
what
that's
Sebastian
another
lived
thing
amongst?
also, because, this whole, the general thing is that, and I'm going to say it, I agree 100% with Chris Proudfoot. I've set it up here. That is a disgrace to our military. And then if you go back and watch Betty's little rant yesterday that someone clipped, she's saying that our military men and women are pansies.
But yeah, she wants her constitutional rights. How the fuck you think you got them? Shut the fuck up, you disrespectful fucking bitch. Eileen Wuornos look-alike.
I wonder what her front row Joes would think of that.
They I don't think they pay her any attention. Betty's only useful when they need a maniac, when they need somebody to threaten people like Julie.
What? I don't even think she can be a part of it with her ROs on her.
She thinks she's getting away with that. I can't wait till she's in front of a jury because 1, you never want to go before a jury. Take it, I'm a felon. 2, Betty's not a sympathetic fucking person. That woman will be seen for what she is. She cannot contain herself enough to even appear to the jurors as a normal citizen.
Good morning, everyone.
Who was what?
Just as all.
Oh shit! Hi.
He's standing here listening to me. He's listening to you going off on Betty and just gritting, and he's like, "Yeah,
Oh, allegedly speculating. Thank
What
you.
happened?
Did that scare anybody else? I'm like, who the hell came up?
Who the hell is that?" It's
I'm
just
like, what in the hell just happened? Who is
Sorry,
this?
it's just me. Sorry to scare you.
Oh, that's hysterical.
He's just sitting here listening to you going off, and he's like, head bobbing, and like, all agreement.
But I mean, what a gross thing to say that the militaries are pansies. And you know what? Didn't Seth make that implication as well? Because he made the statement that Chris is just doing yes, sir, no, sir. Like that's an insult.
She insults our military constantly. She degrades our military. Oh, sorry, guys. He didn't mean to scare anybody.
The chat was like, what?
In his voice, he just woke up, so his voice is all, hey, guys.
He calmed us down quick, though.
Yeah, and Seth is also the one that runs around, or Betty's also the one that runs around here saying, Katie ran off to the Navy. You don't just run off to the military.
Right. Why don't Betty
commitment.
go run off to the military? Do something good for our country. Your little protesting at these Trump rallies isn't really cutting it. Your little weird speeches at the local school boards really isn't cutting it, Betty. Go serve your country the right way. Or go serve your prison time. I'll take either or.
From what we know, Katie joined the military because Seth was unable to meet the weight requirements and too lazy to do something about it. So she joined the military for their family because he was unable to. Can we mention
we
that?
acknowledge that?
Well, and just like I said last night, if our military is such pansies and you have such disrespect for our military, Betty, go out to the Persian Gulf, swim your fat ass down to the bottom of the ocean and look for my loved one who's buried at sea because he was killed fighting for your freedom to act like a fucking donkey's ass out here on these streets. It
You mean
is
he didn't fake
not,
a knee injury?
huh?
Oh, sorry, I had to. I can't with these people. I'm so sorry for a lot of this idea that she hides behind, like, I have constitutional rights, but she likely doesn't even know how she got them. She likely doesn't even
Right.
know what it means.
Right. And you
Wow.
don't, and one thing that you don't want to be labeled as is a gold star family.
Yeah.
And I am that. And so I take all disrespect to our military very highly because I had to attend the funeral of someone that was killed in action.
I'm sorry. How does her co-plaintiff Julie Valente feel about that?
Oh, good
Hmm.
point.
I mean, that's like, why don't she take Hong and they can go, go leave our country, go somewhere else, Betty.
And isn't that the one that runs around here
the general
mocking the Marines? Didn't he have like some kind of shirt made or something?
Oh, I don't know
I don't
about that.
Yeah, I don't know about that either. I'm sorry about your loss, small town girl, too. That's hard. Military funerals are the taps. That's something that will always get me.
How can
Yeah,
you
and I mean,
disrespect our military?
If you've never had those black SUVs pull up to your house, then count yourself very, very lucky because it's a sight that they don't even have to come up to your door and tell you what is going on because you already know. And the military flew me out to California because his ship came back and he was the only casualty on that ship, and they had a memorial service out there. He has a plaque up at Mount Soledad, and the amount of support, that we have received has been, just undescribable. But it's also something that you never, ever want to be a part of.
Right.
And anybody, like I said, that just has any disrespect for someone who was out fighting for that freedom of speech, that constitutional right, your right to go out here and act a fool.
So I'm saying she probably doesn't even understand it. She's one of those self-centered people that just don't care. She's unbelievable.
No. And I bet she's never attended a funeral of a vet or someone that was killed in action.
I can bet even if she has, she still would feel the way she feels. She's just one of those people. No amount of she doesn't have the capabilities to have empathy for anybody. Right. She's a complete narcissist. Like she won't care. She doesn't care. She's a very deranged woman.
Right. And also, Betty, while you're out here disrespecting our military, my family member that was killed in action was an identical twin. 26 months later, his twin realized he couldn't live without his brother and he took his own life. So it's two family members that I lost due to one of them passing in the military in 26 months. And I'm not out here acting a donkey's ass or asking for sympathy or anything. I am just out here telling you, you don't disrespect our military.
I'm
Point
sorry for
blank,
your loss and
period.
anybody else's.
And looking at the chat, so many people have lost relatives, and it's true. I mean, we wouldn't be where we are and have the freedoms that we do if it were for our military. So the idea that she would even disrespect it, but that's Betty, right? She's probably one of those same people that think Americans are the only people on the planet. She's just one of those fucking lunatics.
She's one of the people that live in a bubble that it only benefits. Everything is twisted for her best benefit. Outside of her own self-needing, none of it matters. It doesn't, she doesn't really stand for anything. besides what benefits her. That's just how she is. She's a
Right.
LARPer. She is a propaganda pushing bullshit rhetoric, good for nothing,
Right.
ignorant bitch, basically. I mean, she
She
is dumb as
dolls
a
herself
fuck.
up in a bunch of dollar store fucking 4th of July decorations and thinks it makes her patriotic.
There you go. I mean,
Yeah.
she
That
is
sums her up.
truly- and she has no idea of like the big picture, anything, activism, advocacy, no clue whatsoever. Betty, the Bettys of the world, because unfortunately she's not alone.
Nope.
There's many of
Right.
her, but they are what are wrong in this world because they're so selfish. They're so stuck in their own little heads. It's gross, all of it.
Yeah, and I mean, and I just want to say, everyone in the chat that, has had family members that have served, and have passed, like, my heart goes out to you. Thank everybody, that has served. Thank you for serving and continuing to serve and wanting to serve. That's not what I brought this up about. I'm bringing it up because it's disgusting when someone wants to disrespect our military, but then turns around and calls themselves a front row Joe and wants to go out here, and act all political and shit when they're a nobody.
The only thing she is a front row hoe on a good day behind Chili's on her knees. I mean, let's be honest here.
Dolled out in dollar store 4th of July decorations. Amen.
Exactly. With the
Yeah.
cute little whistle blowing horn. I mean, woo.
Sitting there
woo.
saying, "White, you know what?" Feeling all tough with her comrades, right? Like, "Ooh, yeah, this is what America is: racism and bigotry, and woohoo!"
Yeah.
Fuck her.
Yeah.
And something else, this is kind of
got you,
off topic,
Charlie
but something that I, just has popped in my head. She goes to these county meetings out here and, wants to go up and say she's a advocate, activist, blah, blah, blah. And that Florida has everything right. They do everything right. But why is there missing children in Florida, Betty? And why aren't you out there covering those cases?
Oh, don't even ask her about that because she gets the fucking numbers wrong. And she tried to do a Florida versus Tennessee comparison one time, and she got it so fucked up and so backwards. She don't even know what's going on in her own state. I'm telling you, the only thing she's invested in is what can make her some money quick and easy and how she can play the victim of something. It's all this whole thing. How many lawsuits has she been in? I mean, she is trying to find the next mark to get rich so she don't have to do anything because she's been a chronic failure at life. She'll continue to be a chronic failure at life. She is good for nothing, worthless piece of shit. It is what it is.
Well, I mean, I would think that she would make her most money by not having to travel so far and by being in her home state out there advocating, for missing children and,
Well, no.
doing all this stuff. But I don't know. That just doesn't seem
She's not going
logical.
to get but that's the thing is that's part of the whole how they use these things. They don't use children in their own states because they're not going to get the big money because it's not, they don't have to, I have to travel. I have to have a trip. I have to pay for lodging. So their subs don't feel bad for them. They got to go somewhere else. They got to make it look like they're doing something. It's the whole LARP about it. It's the whole setup. It's what they do time and time again. She don't do anything in her own state unless it's out front of the laundry's house. And that was because it was a high profile and she could get her face on the national news and get some publicity. Any publicity, bad publicity is good for these people. They don't give a fuck. I mean, let's be honest. These people don't give a fuck about the missing children.
Well,
no.
yeah, she cares about the missing children so much that she's ready to sue the family over a $40 fucking yard sign.
Well, she also said that some children should be euthanized. She also called a missing child defective and then tried to spin it that that's the way his mother saw him. No, bitch, that's how you see him. She's nothing but a waste of air and a waste of space. Sorry, it is what it is. That is one vile, fucking gross, uneducated, ignorant bitch. That's it.
I'm
Granny.
just gonna say, I cannot wait until she becomes a felon. I'm not a felon. I've never been arrested in my life, but I don't look at anyone who has any different than me. But I'm just so sick of her being out here running her mouth all the time about hate channels or felons and blah blah blah. Like, Betty, you are pending a felon.
Yeah, I mean, I could give two shits less about somebody's record. It's the person that matters to me. But that bitch has a whole other world coming for her. I just can't wait to find out who her bunky's going to be. That's truly what I want to know.
Oh my gosh. And watching Clue one day, like she pulled up some of the inmates that like were in jail in Sumner County. And I mean, just that alone there would make me not want to commit any crimes because that was scary as shit. I was
mean,
like, this is for real? Like people really look like this? What?
I personally am kind of excited with kiosk calls from Bullhorn Betty. I'm kind of excited for somebody to review kiosk calls. I will say selfishly, I'm kind of excited because I know certain people have said that they're going to message her every freaking day just to remind her what a worthless piece of shit she is. So I'm kind of just excited for that.
Can you imagine the images of her unlocking the iPad?
Oh my gosh.
Thank you, Chaos and Roses. You're right. That whole crew is the definition of arrested development. In my opinion, they are also mentally immature. Absolutely. It makes me so angry.
I wonder
Chaos
if
from Betty.
there's somebody, I don't even know who it is. I saw it one day when I was scrolling YouTube, but I never clicked on it. But somebody out there plays like prison calls. I wonder if Betty's are going to make that channel.
That's what it's called. Prison calls. Calls from
Oh, is
prison.
that what it is?
Yeah.
Well, that was easy. I told you I didn't pay attention. I just saw the title and I was like,
oh
man, can you imagine what those phone calls would be like? Ugh.
Ew. Yeah, I can actually.
Mom,
Call the senator.
Mom, someone took my ramen. Mom, they made me sleep on the hard bunk. Mom,
Better
I can't
yet.
sleep on the top bunk.
Better yet. Have you heard from Tony or Seth?
Well, speaking of that, why wasn't Tony or Seth at her last court hearing? I thought that was
Because
pretty weird.
Seth went on that big Billy Badass talk against Seth, against Chris. He couldn't show up in the same facility as Chris after that.
Oh, that's right. That
Yeah,
was the
he had
night
to
before.
hide. Sorry, Betty. He had to hide.
Well, yeah, because didn't they just right after that? Didn't they? They did something where they were like together, but I don't remember. It was like the next day or 2 days later. Like they went on I think they appeared on someone's live and they were together.
Who, Tony and Seth?
Yeah.
I think they live together.
What?
That's how I feel. I don't know. I mean, I could possibly be wrong, but if he would have went to court, we would have had another one of these situations. He'd have to explain. You can take your belt off and whack me. Oh my God, that was the weirdest shit I ever heard.
They called Julie and they were on Justin's and Tony said, or Seth said, and Tony's right here with me or something. Yeah, that's how it happened.
Right. They were blowing up Julie's phone because they were sitting together. Yeah. Right.
Y'all think that they really do live together? Really?
I don't know. There's something going on. They're weird as shit. And people are asking who's the thumbnail. That's Dana Mathis.
I hate this picture in particular because it's angled at a certain angle, so we can't really tell if it was aggressive or not. And they're like, look at him intimidating that man. It could just be how he's standing on the curb. There you go.
Yeah. But you know what I take it as? Look at that man bowing down to that man. I don't take it as Chris is intimidating because remember, Seth called him a bitch, said, get off your mommy's tick, come step up to a real man. You're not a real man. You couldn't even make a son. You had to have a daughter because he's fucking misogynistic. And I just see a bitch that caved down to him.
But wasn't it right after this that Seth went out on live and said, Chris and I are working together or the family's working together. If you ought to like it, fuck off or something?
Sure was. And then Justin from TikTok had to like scramble and be like, well, because he was the one to like put it out. Oh God. Because he was asked to make sure that was captured.
Yeah, but Justin from TikTok was actually angry about it. He called Seth out for it. And then Seth turned around and said he misrepresented the timeline of the clips.
And you notice who hasn't been involved in it since? And he's local. He's a local. And he saw his way right out.
They better send the Secret Service to ask why he's no longer talking about it. Who remembers that? Crime Time over there all giddy. Oh my God, Trump's in Tennessee with the Secret Service.
God.
They're going after that pastor that didn't speak on Sebastian's case.
There's a helicopter. Oh my God, there's a helicopter in the area. Something big's about to go down.
Yeah, we've got inside knowledge that there's going to be an arrest soon.
Oh, the ease.
Yeah.
The Keys tried saying that right before the 1 year anniversary, like 2 days before the 1 year anniversary, that they had an inside source to law enforcement that said an arrest was coming within the next couple days. Where is that? Who's
And
that?
that's when they all said that Katie pled the fifth.
They should arrest them for that weird lineup. How fucking come and knock on my door? Here's that video though. Let's see.
I appreciate everybody's support. Please, people, keep my son in your thoughts and prayers. Appreciate seeing to find him. You know, his mama wants him back. I want him back.
See, back then, his mama wants him back. Back then, he wasn't influenced by Tony. Let me grab the part where he says, if you don't like it, fuck you, because that's the real
What's
Seth
the
Rogers.
date on that one?
This was early days. This was, it just says a year ago. It doesn't say the actual date. April 21st.
So before Tony officially came on board.
Yep, May 3rd was his official.
Quite weird how Tony's attitude and stuff has changed since that date.
Well, one of his first Tony's interviews, his solo interview that's very interesting, was with Justin on TikTok, or Justin from TikTok, or whatever his freaking name is. He did a solo, like how he got involved in this, and Justin said over and over again, I warned you, like I've warned you about getting involved in this. This is a different situation here that you're getting yourself involved in. I warned you. And he, right over his head, this guy saw what he saw and inserted himself. Absolutely crazy. All of it. Sorry, Jess. We got you completely.
No, you're fine. I'm looking for the video where Seth says, if you don't like it, F you.
Yeah, that was.
I know a lot of people were upset
Wasn't it
by
that same video that you just played?
Yeah, but he doesn't have it in that one. In that one, he's cleaning up after Seth was like, you misrepresented that. You took it out of context.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah.
I also find it really interesting that Pascal had an entire Sebastian Rogers playlist on his page for quite some time. And a week ago, I noticed that he removed it because I went to find a clip and I used to go right to his playlist and he had them all in order. The playlist has been removed. He still has his videos up, but the playlist of everything is gone.
Yep.
Why?
He doesn't want to associate it. I just realized, listen to what he says at the beginning here.
Big happened tonight. So I was asked tonight to stream the vigil for Sebastian Rogers. And when I got there, this was going on.
He was asked to stream because, again, it was about publicity for Seth.
That's Seth Rogers, and that's Chris Proudfoot. And I saw them talk for quite a while before the vigil started. Now, Chris was not able to stay for the vigil. He had something that he had to do, which is not my business to disclose. But Seth obviously did. But then Seth shared what their discussion was about. And I'm going to show you.
Me and Chris are putting our differences aside. It's not about our egos. It's about finding Sebastian. Me, Chris, and Katie will begin working together. And if everybody else could just fuck off and put your egos aside, help us find our son.
Before Tony's influence.
Did Betty and Tony come on around the same time?
Yeah. Betty came along after she lost her top contributor in JLR's group because she thought JLR did it on purpose.
Yeah, at first she started covering it around, I think, like the 14th of March, but she was using JLR's Facebook group for all of her coverage. So she was right alongside like the JLR narratives and pushing that. And then she switched up after she lost her badge and Tony came in and her and Tony connected. For
But
sure.
do you know if that was like around the same time that Tony came on board, like when Betty kind of flipped?
Yeah. Tony came on May 3rd. I think Betty lost her badge May 10th-ish in that window. So within a couple weeks. And then her first interview with Seth, she states very clearly that Tony was who she contacted was the end of May. So she had that first exclusive with Seth Rogers at the end of May. Yeah, there's a bunch of weird shit. But a lot of the people that initially covered it, because if they weren't willing to, in my opinion, sell out and let them have control, the one thing I do believe that T-Rev was probably telling the truth about was that T-Rev 7572, just to make sure nobody confuses that with Trevor Lee, but they wanted to control people's channels. Like they wanted to control the input and the output of what was going on. I do believe that certain creators that are in their little bubble, that they find them useful idiots. I mean, they are useful idiots that will push a certain narrative, but they can control these people and control what they push out. And I think some of them, they realize our liabilities. So they're like, yeah, you go off and do the drama and other things because you are more harmful than good to the narrative because you can't stick to a story or stay awake for the story. So there's that.
So kind of like that's when they started using Betty to be a mouthpiece.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
Can you rewind that just a second? Like go back to what Seth was saying there. I think I just missed something.
Small town girl. Betty or Tony admitted that he followed Betty through her political stuff. That's how he knew.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Something big happened tonight. So I was asked tonight to stream the vigil for Sebastian Rogers. And when I got there, this was going on. That's Seth Rogers and that's Chris Proudfoot. And I saw them talk for quite a while before the vigil started. Now, Chris was not able to stay for the vigil. He had something that he had to do, which is not my business to disclose. But Seth obviously did. But then Seth shared what their discussion was about. And I'm going to show you.
Me and Chris are putting our differences aside. It's not about our egos. It's about finding Sebastian. Me, Chris, and Katie will begin working together. And if everybody else could just fuck off and put your egos aside.
Nobody even laughed. Did you hear that?
That's just
whoever's
such an
recorded.
awkward thing. Like they could just fuck off.
And
Like,
look how he's standing, the cigarette in his hand, the stance, like.
Well, I'm just curious. When he said that, they were all working together and stuff, and he said to find Sebastian, I wonder why it's now all of a sudden his son and not Sebastian or our son.
Right, because he got other people to feed the hate that he had.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
that's why.
This only lasted for what, like 3-4 days, and then Tony came out and was like, "Gloves are off." I mean, it didn't. There was all optics. This is my opinion, but it's all about the optics. What can make me look like a victim? I'm going to say I'm working with them, and then I'm going to push some buttons, have an explosion happen, and then I'm going to be like, oh no, we can't work with them because we're doing horrible things, the people I associate with. I mean, yeah. Ugh. It's just,
I think it's also about the time that Chris and Katie decided not to work with Tony, and wasn't long after that Betty came out, or that Betty she left that voicemail for Chris and he didn't respond. So it's also kind of interesting that you've got two people that reached out to Chris, kind of, and almost like if he would have responded, what would their reaction or their thoughts be today? But because they were rejected, then they started this hate campaign on Chris and Katie, in my opinion.
well, you can even take it back further. I mean, there is interviews with Seth when he was asked early on when the last time he had contact with Chris and Katie was, and that was early April. And he says, well, they reached out the other day to do an interview with them, and I didn't return their call. So they were reaching out to him to be a part of things, the three of them together, and he was the one refusing to return their call.
Right, because after this video was released, these bigger channels, I've said it and I'll say it a million times, JLR's channel, Pascal's channel, and Dolly all went live and said if Seth decides to work with the Proudfoots, people are going to want their donations back.
Yeah.
And I think he cared more about the money.
Yep.
Well, I mean, it's just my opinion also that, his work history and record hasn't been the greatest, and then you hear stories where,
What work history?
well, that's what I was going to say. Like when Seth got this job, when he was ready to quit during his training or whatever, who did he reach out to? Chris. Chris gave him a pep talk, like, no, you need to do this for Sebastian, blah, blah, blah. And so Seth stayed in it. When, after Sebastian went missing, Seth said he called Chris because he couldn't fall asleep and didn't have Sebastian's electronics, so wanted to come over and get Sebastian's, device or whatever. So I just found that really weird that, he did all of this, but then now you listen to him and he's like, they know what happened. They know what they did. Nothing's going to be solved until they speak, until Katie speaks.
Well, you can go back to Josh on the lab when Seth first came on there. Or no, it was T-Rev. Sorry, not Josh from the lab. It was a T-Rev when Seth called in or went on panel, and he said, I don't believe that Katie is lying about her story. Just details around her story are missing. He was very clear that he didn't think that Katie was lying about anything. It was just what led up to it, basically, is what he was getting across. But he was very open about that in the initial stuff. But then it took a significant turn, and we've never seen it come back. But I believe that's all intentional. I believe that this is for public optics. Granny, I know you said you didn't want to be on here long. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. No, it's a good
listening to
conversation. It's exactly what I want. I don't want it to be about these other assholes because I feel like they're all distractors. This is the stuff that needs to be pointed out and spoken about. Why does Tony Mathis have control over Seth Rogers' money? Why isn't Seth Rogers at his age capable of holding his own funds? That's weird. Why is Tony Mathis turning over his properties? Like, these people are shady, and the more people that see it, the better.
He put his playlist back up, Petsy Patty. His videos are still there, but he had a playlist with all of them consolidated in one playlist. That's what I'm talking about. I don't think his videos are gone, but the playlist is. Did he put that back up? I'll go look. Let me go check.
I think I still find it bizarre.
I wonder when Seth is going to come out and, like, tell people why the cops were at his house, like the weekend before Sebastian went missing.
He did. He did put it back up. He put it back up. Yep.
I thought she was answering me. I was like, Seth
No,
came out
sorry.
and said that.
Sorry, I just got really. He put it back up after we called it out. No, it's here. I just found
and it
it.
was down because I saw it was down too and repeated it too after you did, and I said, "Oh,
Yep.
it's Pascal, what? Yup." So he put it back up. Wow,
interesting.
Billy Pickles, I can't imagine. Thank you for your service. I don't think people realize the family members of those in service are also servicing in one way or another. It's a huge sacrifice to make.
Yes, and thank you so much, Dilly, for your sacrifice and your kid's sacrifice.
Right. Yeah, Judy the lawyer is what I said. That's exactly what it's called. There are laws against it. It is fraud. It will be recognized as fraud, whether non-attorneys believe that or not. I don't quite care. I spoke with my attorney before I ever said anything publicly. I know exactly what it is, what's going to be done about it, and how it's going to be handled. But I just want people to realize that a lot of this is just, they're scams. These people are schemers, that this is all a big optics, ultimately, for some type of publicity, for some type of, I don't know if it's financial return, if it's just publicity in return. I don't know what they're actually seeking at the end of the day. But in my opinion, it is not Sebastian Rogers.
It's using noble causes like missing children, trafficking for personal gain. It is playing on people's sympathy and running a long con. It is the long game. It is the long troll. As well as I do, we talked about this, that my opinion has always been that those two idiots from At Night, the faces of At Night, knew exactly what they were doing and intentionally got those people wrapped up in that shit, sat there and laughed their asses off at what ignorant fools they were, because they don't have nothing on the line, really. Like, one already owes millions of dollars in
Well,
judgment.
does.
so fucked up. Well, yeah, there's a few of the other ones that they got wrapped up in this but they thought they were going to strong arm you guys into silence, and they were just going to run you over, and that's what they had these people convinced of, and they found they're useful idiots. They sought them out. It was a test of, they tested these people. You can go back and watch it, how these people became a part of this fiasco.
Oh yeah,
Right.
They slowly started the same rhetoric, like they all started calling us hate channels at the same time. They all became more religious at the same time. Right prior to her signing on with them, the one that shall not be mentioned, she was fucking going at Tony and Seth, and matter of fact, she was dog whistling for me to get along with her. Like, oh, we're not going to allow these. I said one time, like, why as YouTubers are we going to allow these strangers to come along and stomp all over our grounds? And she was like, yeah, us YouTubers should stick together. Like, I mean, we watched it all unfold. But my thing is, they knew, right? Because if you go back, Tony said he got a phone call. He thought it was just Dog the Bounty. He thought it was just Nick on the phone. And then Dog chimed in and read him his Miranda rights. And Tony said, oh, I'll go along with your silly little game. And they said to him, well, are you willing to go down for your buddy? Are you willing to go down for your guy? And he said, oh, and he said he had to convince Seth to get involved with these guys. It was Tony. Tony saw Dog and he saw stars and saw publicity, and he signed up for all of this.
I mean, who the hell is going to have Dog the Bounty Hunter read them their Miranda rights and be like, yeah. But another thing, they thought Seth was the number one suspect. Like, they came in going at Seth. Your man is the one. Are you willing to go down? You know, that's a huge point in that whole thing. Of they took to them, and Tony still was like, yep, it's a great idea, Seth, to get involved with these guys who think you might be a suspect in your son's disappearance. And then we're going to go on court TV and misname you and your son. You're missing child. Like,
Well, I wonder how many other families that Nick has, or other people that Nick has come out and been like, for $500, this can end, you know, in a couple of days. Like, how many people has he truly, like, scared with that tactic and actually gotten the $500 from?
Who knows?
He said people like to settle. I don't think that's because SLAPP wasn't in place at that point. He really thought he was going to keep us in litigation for 10 years and cost us hundreds of thousands of dollars.
CNN question.
Yeah, no. Tony didn't come in after Dog. Tony was in first, then Dog came in. But Tony convinced Seth to sign up with Dog and them. He literally, Tony himself said, I said, we'll go along with your silly little game. He knew it was a fucking game. He didn't care.
I'll go grab that. CNY family dates, so you can go find this stuff, because I know you're covering this stuff and facts should matter. Tony came in May 3rd. Dog came along with Nick. And what did they come in? September 5th is when they made their announcement on X. Is that correct, Granny? Something around there?
Yeah, they also made it on YouTube, and they said thanks to the preservation of JLR and his audience, they too are now going to join the hunt, because at that point, the escaped convict they were kind of following along with, which authorities would not recognize their position in that case either. They actually made a mockery out of them and said, well, we called their tip line as an automated, you know, we can't confirm their reward fund. Who was that guy, that escaped criminal they were chasing beforehand?
That Daniel Cavalcante or whatever?
No, it was after him.
Zimmerman,
yes. So that had came to a halt, and then Nick was seeking the next best thing. And around that time, JLR actually advertised that something big's going to happen. You know, somebody big's going to get involved, and then advertised that it was Dog. And that's the way that went. Wanted to use that night, but TTT did not. I think Nonsense is pulling it up now. I think it was the opposite.
Well, and if you look back at the Cavalcante case or whatever, you know, like Nick did file or tried filing like a lot of court paperwork and stuff, because he thought about that whole
never had a problem with
whatever Long Gardens or whatever it's called, you know, was the whole conspiracy and all that kind of stuff. And so he was doing the court stuff back then also. But I don't know whatever came of any of that, because obviously I didn't follow it. But I just find that is really, really interesting. You know, and the whole time he was out there, I remember he was saying like he had police connections the whole time.
Yeah, he was
You
full
know,
of shit because I was right there with him. He wasn't getting
right.
any insider sources at all. Matter of fact, he was trailing JLR. That's what he was doing. But he did. He tried saying that Longwood Gardens covered up that Danilo was there, which wasn't true. Longwood Gardens is highly respected in our area. They do a lot for like our community overall, like the schools, everything. Then he filed against the Pennsylvania State Police. Then he tried filing against the courthouse because they wouldn't allow him inside the when Danilo was brought in for his hearing there, they wouldn't allow them in. They said only press, and they refused to recognize Nick and Hung as press, so they didn't allow them in there.
Oh yeah, I remember that now that you said that.
Yeah, so they tried filing all types. They do have a lawsuit right now against the state police because of that. They tried filing all types of litigation because they couldn't get their way in that fucking case either.
And didn't it was something also to do with like the keys left in the van or the truck or something? Like they were trying to say like that was a setup or something?
Oh, I don't know. I wouldn't doubt it, to be honest, but I
I
don't
don't
know.
remember. I just vaguely remember something like that. But yeah, so this stuff, he's been acting like this for years.
Right. He's a litigious, entitled piece of shit.
He's a troll.
Yeah, he's a paid agitator.
Yep, exactly. He's a provocateur.
But he's not good at it because you're so dweeby. People don't even take you serious.
Oh God, here.
It's like
let's
being read your Miranda rights by Dog the Bounty Hunter.
Oh,
Okay.
speaking of which, here you go. By the way, it feels refreshing to get right up here and have this conversation and like be able to bounce. Oh, okay, well, let's go grab this one. Like things that we're talking about and being able to back it up with the clips. It feels refreshing because
yeah, other channels should try it when they claim they have proof.
yeah,
I
they
know.
They should actually be able to play our words.
Show it, bitches.
I wonder if any of these interviews, has anyone ever noticed anything going on with Tony's eyes in any of these other than the last one?
The last one, I don't know what the fuck was happening. I thought that man was having a fucking, I don't know. I know what I will say, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart. This is not defamation. This is not, don't cry. You don't know the true meaning. This is from the bottom of my heart. I have witnessed each person that has signed a dotted line with the green team slowly deteriorate, including Nick, including Julie, including Tony, including Seth, including the one that shall not be mentioned, including Betty and Julia. They all looked horrific. I mean, Nick literally looked like he belonged on the streets of Kensington or inside a hospital. It was that bad. Julie.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that in any bad way whatsoever. I'm just
I am.
curious, like when the whole eye thing started, because I found that very, very, very concerning.
No, I'm saying something bad about it. Yeah, y'all look like you're cracked out on motherfucking meth. I'll say it.
Well, on top of that, I mean, stress is a bitch when you're out here knowingly, intentionally lying to people over and over. That shit's gonna wear on you over time. And sorry, but
Julia Valente, yes.
Y'all just look like the scumbags you truly are.
And just to clarify, I said you look like you're on. I didn't say you're doing it. It's not defamatory. It's a statement. Read the judge's ruling. Sorry. Stress, Samuel, substances. The SSS.
Upcoming live. Nonsense and Granny make fun of meth users.
I mean, I do. So don't you? I mean, do we not make fun of meth users? I listen, I'm old school. If people didn't shame me for my addictions, I would have never gotten clean. So fuck off with that.
I don't even give a fuck at this point. Say
I'll
what's
still
wrong.
feed. I used to go down with a friend of mine. We'd go down to Kensington. She stopped doing it and she had a crew with her, and I'm not safe doing it myself, so I stopped doing it as well. I still have utmost respect for addicts that are struggling, and I'll still feed, clothe, and help you, but I'll also shame you.
And let me just say this for the record.
From a place of love.
If your fucking jaw's walking across the street, I'm gonna point that shit out. If you're on one side walking, your jaw's on the other, bitch, I'm gonna point and say something about it, okay? And you're putting that on a public platform, I'm going to.
Exactly. And if your fingers are going all different directions, like you ever watch those videos of people that are like on the substances and their arms and fingers move all weird and shit? That's how a particular person looked inside the courtroom. It was so bizarre.
Okay.
Anyhow.
Let's play this clip before we get in real big trouble.
I know. They'll be suing us all.
I just don't give a fuck. After
Little
the
groovin'.
week before I left, the shit that I have no give a fucks left in me at this point.
A recorded
I'm right there
call
with
that I've been recorded.
I know you are.
And
Rightfully so.
so
You have more reason than me.
I call, I answer the phone. I get on the phone with those guys. And first thing that happens is dog jumps in. He's on the phone. And he jumps in and he takes over the conversation. And he basically tells me that the word on the street is that my guy is potentially the lead suspect, and that
Ooh.
you know, that I could be considered an accomplice, and that am I willing to go to prison for my guy? And I said, absolutely. If you can prove that my guy's that, and you think I'm an accomplice because I'm a
Can you imagine this bitch in prison? I'm sorry. I'm just gonna say it.
Right, like
volunteer
he just met him.
I'll go to prison for this random stranger. You betcha.
You betcha. That's my brother, Tony. I'm sorry, Dog. He thought he was on the phone with Nick. Dog started talking. He realized Dog was on it too. Dog's speaking now.
Should I back that up so she can hear it?
Yeah, just rewind just a little bit. Let everybody listening ears.
Listening. Here you go. He says right here who he's on the phone with. Okay, here we go.
never had a problem with. I've never recorded a call, but I've been recorded. And so I call, I answer the phone. I get on the phone with those guys. And first thing that happens is Dog jumps in. He's on the phone. And he jumps in and he takes over the conversation. And he basically tells me that the word on the street is that my guy is potentially the lead suspect, and that
Can I just ask for me and probably anybody else, what fucking street? What word on what street? What street was Dog on at the time that he heard this rumor? Nick Street, Sesame Street? What the fuck
JLR Street.
that
It was.
you know, that I
Oh, this feels good to get this out.
could be considered an accomplice, and that am I willing to go to prison for my guy? And I said, absolutely. If you can prove that my guy's that, and you think I'm an accomplice because I'm a volunteer spokesperson, then I'm not really sure how that would work. But
Can you pause
sure,
again?
I'll play along with your silly game.
We're gonna have to pause and
and
then
so-
rewind. We'll have to pause and then rewind 10 seconds. So I like where he just says there, like, if you could say I'm an accomplice for being a volunteer PR guy. Notice he wasn't a national PR guy at that point, just a volunteer. Secondly, yeah, you could be an accomplice. Yes. Even I say this to creators that talk to the parents. You can end up being an accomplice. You can end up being on the witness stand. You can end up being interrogated. We don't know these people. Stop getting involved in open investigations. Secondly, can Josh try any harder to hide himself behind that mic? There are a million ways he can position that mic so it's not covering half his face. I want to know how big it is. This is like one of those optic things. It has to be, because there is no way that either his face is that small or his mic is that big. Sorry, but his mic and his face is dry. It's just like BJ trying to hide behind the glasses. Like, it's obvious what you're doing, but go on.
I've never even.
You've never noticed it.
I've never noticed that until right now, and I'm like, oh my god, now I can't unsee it.
Yeah.
Okay,
Don't
I'm
let me
gonna see
point out the
something.
hanging curtain that's been fucking draped over, missing a thumbtack for like a year now. Gee golly, if you fix that too. Woo.
Maybe somebody else should get a mic that big so they can't accidentally swallow the whole thing while they're live.
And then when they face plant, they'll
he's
catch
not
them better.
gonna. Josh is not gonna fix that back there because it bothers Tim.
Yeah. Well,
Oh,
I don't think
Jeff.
he's gonna fix it back there because he's a lazy guy, but you know. Oh yeah, he's a big boy. Poor guy.
Am I willing to go to prison for my guy? And I said, absolutely.
Look, I'm trying to hide.
If you can prove that my guy's that, and you think I'm an accomplice because I'm a volunteer spokesperson, then I'm not really sure how that would work. But sure, I'll play along with your silly game.
But
Look,
his
he can't even-
eyes.
I know, he can't even read the screen. He has to get it from behind the big ass mic to even see his own screen.
Josh is so confused too. He's like, wait, is this
You're saying
is
this out loud?
happening? What, you thought that this was a good idea? This was after Josh came out and said that Nick and those guys were basically like cons, stay away from them. They
Yeah.
were
Don't
Oh
hash.
my
Yeah,
God.
literally was making fun of the way they pronounce words and how they're Jerry
Yes.
Springers. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
about that time too that Betty came out and said, hell no to Nick. He still owes her $400 and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, they're
Oh.
scammers. They try to take credit for a woman that they didn't find. They try to take credit for finding them.
Yep.
Yep.
And so he went as far as to read me my Miranda rights.
Who was that? Who did this?
Dog.
Okay.
Yeah,
Even
right.
Josh is like, the fuck,
So,
your Miranda
now
rights.
I've got a guy that I grew up watching, right? And he's reading me my rights. Like, I'm getting ready to
See,
go
right
to
there.
jail for harboring a fugitive, right?
Right there. The guy I grew up watching. He saw stardom. He saw not the has-been we all seen, but he saw a celebrity. He saw a guy he idolized.
He saw that he was about to piss down his leg because he was on the phone with Dog the Bounty Hunter. And then he's like, wait, you just said I might go to prison? Who's going to be my celly?
Right. And then he said, I'll play along with your silly little game. He didn't fall for any of that. He's not as dumb as he pretends. He's very calculated, but he knew it was a fucking LARP from the start.
Well, and he was okay with it because at the end of the day, it's not his child missing, it's Seth's.
Right.
He don't
All
care.
he
This
gets
is a
from it is
stranger.
publicity. He's a volunteer PR guy. He doesn't care.
He spent $17,000 out of his own pocket.
And,
Jeez,
so-
no apology needed, hon.
So again, I played along, and then he goes into talking to me about the famous, the truth serum, the hypnosis,
Now,
all
nonsense.
these things. And
Pause, because remember, they denied
I got
ever
you.
saying anything about truth serum or hypnosis. They denied it.
I know.
And then Tony came out and confirmed it.
Uh-huh.
Just like they said I slandered Seth by saying that Seth Rogers said the courts labeled him borderline abusive. And then the night before court, Seth went on a panel and admitted the courts labeled him borderline abusive.
And he had already, you were quoting what he had said on Betty's interview on May 30th to begin with.
Literally says, Seth Rogers said. These idiots.
They are.
Oh, blessed be.
would I talk to my guy and find out if my guy would be willing to do this or that or whatever? And I didn't realize, but that was all just a game to find out, are we hiding anything? How convicted are we? How much do we know for sure that Seth is innocent?
How much
And
does
what
Steph
are we
know
willing to
Seth is
do
innocent?
to help
You
them,
fucking idiot.
help us find?
We know who was Artist Creek. We already know who was wanting at night.
Yeah, he's going to tell you. It comes up. We're not lost yet. We didn't get there, girl. We're still swimming through the sauce. Hold on now.
He's confirmed that like numerous times that Seth was hesitant. I'll pull that too. We've got that one too.
Right. It comes
Find
up in just a minute.
Yeah.
And I told Dog, I said, Dog, Seth Rogers would cut his arms off to find his son. I said, if you think that putting truth serum is going to scare him away, if you think that hypnosis is going to scare him away, I said, as long as I was there while it was going on, he'll do anything in the world to find his son. Well, an hour and a half later, as we got into the real facts of the case.
Why the fuck does Tony Mathis need to be there? Excuse me. This stranger who has never met this missing child, why would he do anything as long as Tony Mathis was by his side? Why does he need Tony Mathis to do something to anything as long as Tony's there? It'll be anything as long as Tony's there. Why does that need to be in there?
And then to say he cut off his arm, he won't even wrap his arm up, put a little fucking bandage on it, and get back out there and search. He won't cut off that disability check.
Case, it became obvious that, that they knew that Seth was not involved.
Bullshit.
But I think they needed to know wholeheartedly that we were committed to doing whatever it took to support them.
Then take the truth serum, liars.
And fast forward now, we've had a lot of conversations, you and I, Josh, have had about the good they've brought. And I don't know if you saw, but that reward has been bumped up to 200,000 as of today.
Oh my God, now it's at 400.
I heard something about that. Yeah.
Yeah. And which
Josh
I
is
think
like,
is
yeah, I know it's all
fantastic.
bullshit.
But, it kind of begs the question, we went from 50 to to 100,000 and 125 and 150, 175, 200. It's like we're at a,
You know,
it's
a
like we're
question
at a
it
reward
begs.
auction.
It begs the question, if anybody knew anything, why would they come out now seeing how rapidly they're raising the reward? That's the question it begs. What idiot thought raising the reward every week would do anything but give them, again, publicity?
Exactly. Erica, we've been saying this. We have been saying this. Tony is a handler. And then underneath him, it's like a pyramid scheme. I'm sorry, but they're running it like a pyramid scheme. That is my opinion, and I will stick to that. But if you look at it, Seth is at the top. They have inflated his ego to make him feel that he is in control when all of them are running their sideline games off of them. Tony is right beneath him. It goes down from there. They've got Spanky, they've got Betty. It all works in tandem, and they're basically selling this man's pain and suffering to the public. It is what it is. Like
Tony said, he's used to these MMLs. That's exactly what this is. If you ask me, the only difference I would say is what I said the other day is that Seth believes he's at the top. He's not. He's actually not.
I 100% agree.
Yep.
They've inflated his ego to make him believe or think that he is, that they're all, whatever Seth wants, we do for Seth. Meanwhile, they're all working in tandem for their own best benefit. These people are all too self-serving for any of this shit.
And look what Erica just said. Even Nick has to go through Tony to speak to Seth. Because Tony's so afraid of being cut out. Tony's so afraid of not being needed anymore. Tony's so afraid of being tossed aside like the trash he is.
Yeah.
Fragile egos.
And the fact that this guy grew up watching Dog and didn't realize or laugh extensively in his face about the Miranda rights. Dog the Bounty Hunter was in prison for murder. It is.
He admits that he knew it was a silly game. So, of course, he's going to say to Dog, yeah, I'll take your truth serum. It's not even legal in the United States. Yeah, we'll go under hypnosis. We don't care. He said he knew that they didn't have the fucking capabilities to do what they were doing. So he went along with it.
Exactly.
It's so obvious.
Does it not feel like that if there's anybody out there that wasn't on the inside that something would be happening?
I mean, that's,
does that even make sense?
That's kind of the
no.
It made no sense.
That's the problem with rewards.
Right.
Typically when you have the information to hand over.
The problem with this reward is that it is not even verifiable. And if you look at the fine print of what you have to do to even potentially collect on this reward, there is every fail-safe in that there will never be a collection on said reward from At Night Media. What we know is up to $50,000 from the FBI. The other shit, go read the fucking fine print on their website, and you tell me how you're going to ever collect on that. It's not going to happen.
It's a poncho scheme, motherfuckers.
What did you just say?
A poncho. I know what I said. It's a Ponzi, but it's a poncho.
Oh,
just go along with it. Nonsense. Just go along.
Okay, I was like, wait, what is
you and Clue are gonna learn one day. Just go along. You didn't hear what I said.
What did you just say?
The way she said it too. Like, what? What did you just say?
I was like, wait, where did we bring ponchos into this? What are we doing?
Well, they've been pissing on us and telling us it's raining. We need ponchos.
We need ponchos for all the bullshit they've been throwing at us.
You got your foot in the pile of crap. You know?
Right.
They know it
At
too.
least partially. And unless I mean,
CNY, you want to piss them off? Read the fine print on the reward collection.
Rectal scam, 5 degrees of separation. The appeal process has to be over. I mean, it's so fucking ridiculous.
Did you say rectal scan or retina scan?
Well, I did say rectal, to be honest. That's essentially what they're asking for. They want to fuck you up the ass before you can get this award.
I knew
I'm
that's
serious.
what you were saying. It is. They should.
It is. It's a rectal. I'm telling you. I promise you guys that one I did do on purpose. I know I'm not. See, you guys don't even know what I'm fucking up on purpose anymore. I got to stop this. That was an intentful fuck up right there. I promise you.
I know it was. That's why I stopped, because I was like, that is the perfect. That's what they should have put in there. Is we are going to
let us stare up your asshole.
All of your orifices. You will be probe rectally before you can collect like that.
And seriously, it's so ridiculous. They might as well just write on there like, you will never get this. It's like Willy Wonka. You've realized at the very bottom, that's what this is. 5D is hung. That's not somebody's grandma. That's hung.
That was perfect.
Hey, Granny, I just
If
have a
you read the-
question.
Oh, go ahead.
Yes,
When you
ma'am.
guys go in for your punitive damages and stuff, and or all of your damages, and if and how they're awarded and stuff, are you gonna fight for the $1,000 shoes?
You know what? I don't want the $1,000 shoes because I don't believe they're $1,000 shoes. I don't want them. I don't want them. He
Okay.
can keep his shoes. Now, for his little, poncho scam over there where he claims that he's oh so wealthy, everything is in his uncle's name. And I'm sure the government would have great interest in what has taken place. These people don't realize we do get to depose. We get to depose their finances. We get, and you can avoid it. Like my attorney said, I'm sure there's, some legal beagle on YouTube's going to say, no, they can't do that. Go ahead, fuck around and find out. Yes, we can. And then we can add more damages for the fact that you're trying to avoid this shit. So while I don't want his shoes, and I certainly don't want Nick's, glasses, the sunglasses he rocks out everywhere, I am particularly interested in the cockroaches. I'll take those. Poor things deserve a better life, better living environment.
These shoes were made for walking, and that's what Jess is going to do. One of these days, these shoes are going to be in your rectum too.
Your rectum too. I was hoping you would add something like that at the end.
God. Oh.
Getting a little graphic over here. We might be turning Nick and hung on. Slow it down. Slow it down.
We might need to rewrite the reward with what it actually meant, what they're actually asking for.
What it should say in layman's terms, right? Like you better know your grandparents, and make sure they're not connected to anybody because everybody in America is connected in some way. They literally have one of those requirements.
They do. It's not just, this is reality. Yeah, I think we should do that someday, Jess. I think we should rewrite in layman's terms, including the rectal probes.
I agree. I think we should too.
I think we should. Yep.
The FBI.
It would make more sense.
A poster. It says, for the, I believe it's the location and the return and prosecution of the parties, which are three enormous steps. And you'd have
100%. And look at his eyes. Look at that pause. I mean, his eyes say it all. He knows exactly what these fuckers are up to.
And that's what upset me about Josh, because I know he's not a fan favorite over here, right? But I was always respectful to him, and he was semi-respectful to me. He would acknowledge my comments. He allowed my different opinions. He was never disrespectful, and I never disrespected that man either. But when he signed on, and I know Josh is more educated than what he's selling himself for. So when he turned around and started co-signing all of this, I was extremely disappointed because I know he's not a fucking idiot. And he even made a comment like, well, what did I do to you? What you did is you were one of the first to come out and read this ridiculous filing as if it had any truth to it. That's what you did to me, Josh. How would you like it if I decided today I'm going to file frivolous litigation against you and your neighborhood where your kids and your family are and accuse you of RICO, and then I'm going to hand it over to my good friend Nonsense here who can read it out loud and make sure she publicly fucking damages your reputation, and you still have the video up. Each of these people still have those videos up. That is part of my punitive. I will never escape these allegations.
And that's the thing is, did any of you fucking read the filing yet? Or are you still in the mindset that you're only liable for your little part? Is that what we're still doing? You're still only one little part?
They still believe that. Yes.
Fucking idiots.
We were laughing the other day that Betty and Brittany are going to show up to federal court on the day of the hearing. They're not even
Your Honor, are we in the right place?
I don't see anybody.
Wait, is that Nick over there?
Yeah.
Have to be relatively close to somebody to know that kind of information. It rarely happens. It rarely happens.
Right.
You'll never get that
Seth,
money.
we were talking about how Dog got involved in that initial phone conversation.
In other words, bend over, put your head between your legs, and kiss your ass goodbye, because you're never getting this fucking reward.
It doesn't exist. The dude owes $5 million to somebody else. So you'll never see a
Yeah.
penny of anything.
And they said, wasn't it on that like the court TV that they basically said that this had to be like fan funded or something? I can't remember the exact.
Yeah,
words
basically,
that they
Dog
used.
said, if somebody ever does make it and deserves it, that they'll crowdfund for it, essentially.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, they have
I
to
saw that
wait
here.
like many, 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 many years to even be able to claim it per their terms and conditions.
Yeah, you'll never get it. I mean, you'll never get it. They said until the party found guilty, no longer has appeals. Do you know how many appeals a person gets?
Betty's
Like,
likely to
isn't
get
it-
laid before the reward is ever collected on.
And isn't it like 5 years after?
I think it was 3, but it was something stupid. And
And
Lindsay, of course, the joke went over their head. I made a joke about dog people, and Brittany's like, "Oh my god, she said their dogs were ugly. She's so mean. She doesn't care about them."
And they
These
have
people
to
have
be
no
the
humor.
ones to be able to collect the $50,000 from TBI before you can even be considered for the reward.
Of course, that's part of it. You
Oh,
hand
heck
over the 50, it's like a bad investment. Tony knows all about them. Ask him. You hand over the 50, and in exchange, we'll give you damn near, $500,000. But you'll be lucky if you live to see the day that we check the cash the check. By that time, Dog won't even be on Earth anymore to fulfill the fucking obligation.
It's a true poncho scheme.
Hey, Blissful, it is the truest poncho scheme there ever were.
Conversation I had with them where they told me they were going to arrest me and drag me away for being your friend. So
for being your friend,
Right,
you
for
got
being
a
your
friend
friend.
in me.
What just brought out what Butter said. But claiming, I don't know if she said or who said it, but claiming I don't care about the chatters because I call them chatters. Am I supposed to do what she does and call you all friends, family, BFFs, and then cry each week when one of you end up no longer supporting? I mean, with utmost respect, I could call you guys subscribers or fans like some of these assholes do, but you're chatters. That doesn't mean I don't respect you or care about you or, appreciate you.
It's impossible to get to know every one of them and call them a friend and like.
It's delusional. It's parasocial. People do that to tie you into a parasocial relationship. The love bombing, the overly like, hey, love. Oh my God. Hey, friend. Oh, we don't do that shit here. Matter of fact, I expose it over here. So if you don't ever want to be manipulated into a parasocial relationship, come on by. I'll teach you a thing or two.
Yeah.
Poncho pickle asses. Chicos.
fast forward to now, we had a big day
I've missed this so much though. I can't even tell you. Hearing you let loose today has been very enjoyable.
today. Reward goes up to $200,000. What has it been like
God, what an
in your mind?
The one caveat I gotta add here is thank God he's wearing a hat because this cone head looking motherfucker has
telling
such an
you.
awkward shaped head. I don't know if he got slapped upside the head a few times and dented on one, but he has got the weirdest shaped head.
He does. And now he got the weird cock eyes. I don't even know what's happening. Pretty in pink, thank you, my friend. I remember that. Okay. Oh man.
Working with Dog and Nick and their
And then
team
look at
as far
Seth.
as
What the fuck's he doing? What are you doing?
Why are we looking up his nostrils? I just noticed that too.
I mean, and then the whole green background, like put a fucking photo of your child up. You're so transparent.
do you feel like they pursue leads as they come in? Because we're getting a lot of them, right?
I love some of you.
They have a lot of leads. They pursue them. I mean, his name is Dog for a reason.
Roof, roof, motherfucker. His name is Dog for a reason. He pursues them.
He's
It
like
doesn't even make sense.
Canine. Dog's living his best life at the Villages. Leave that man alone. He doesn't even have no bite with his bark anymore. It's like a woo woo.
It's like
woo woo.
Well, and let's not forget, Dog was handed someone's address, phone number, family members' info, all of that to go out and find someone that committed a crime, not a missing child.
Right. Nonsense. Did you hear what Dog had to say about Ernie Shells?
I didn't.
Quick
Did you
side note, really
follow
quick.
that?
Check this out. Fucking
Oh, God.
hysterical. Because remember what their litigation said, right? So listen to this.
Oh, man.
So this person paid for a cameo to get Dog's awareness that Ernie Shells is using a photo that includes Dog and claiming he worked with Dog.
What's up, Ernest Dog here? So I'm reading that this guy named Ernie is using my name and claiming to have caught a bunch of felons with me. I don't know what to do, but I know that he can't do that. So I would suggest that you say you're going to call me, and which is true, I have a whole staff of lawyers. So whatever
Philadelphia.
he's made in,
He was going to say whatever money he's made.
number one, that is a felony for him to do that. Plus, he's on probation. So what I need from you is his full name and his date of birth, and where he's on probation at, and his probation officer's name, and then I will take care of that, right away.
So you mean to tell me Dog's out here committing crimes by reporting to probation officers? Because wasn't that illegal in their filing?
Jess, I just thought of something else we could do.
Of course, Kirby. What?
We could remake this whole team with YouTube, like PIs. I've got a Ernie Shell, Terry. We could
Terry denies ever being a PI.
Really?
Yeah.
No, Jim Terry. Sorry.
Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Don't say it twice.
We could redo their whole entire and just replace the same personalities. Just
we'll hire them
differently.
Yeah.
Oh,
it'll be cheaper.
God.
They're all the one and the same. But I found it ironic that he's saying that it's illegal to pretend that he has bounty hunted with Dog, which is exactly what Nick and Hong are doing, and that it deserves calling a parole officer. So I
make a note too, really quick, on that video you just showed, because that was torture. Whoever is caring for this retired canine needs to do a better job. You are not feeding and watering him properly, because he looks torn up from the floor up. Like, he looks like he has not been fed or properly cared for. We might need to and this is a joke, do not take this seriously, he's not really a dog. We might need to call the ASPCA. I think we need some Sarah McLachlan. Like, what is going on here?
Arms of an angel.
Like, who's
fly away from here?
We got another negligent pet owner on our hands.
What is with all the animal abuse?
What the fuck is happening?
Did you not see the commercials? They didn't choose that song because they didn't fucking care. Wow. That's sad. Plus, somebody paid for that, and that audio sucked. If I paid $500 like he was originally asking, I don't know how much his cameos are now, but if I paid for any amount of cameo from Dog and that's what I got back, I'd be so like, wait a minute, sir. This is as bad as Nick and them walking around a fucking cemetery after dark holding an iPhone and fucking Red Bull and pretending that they're professional. I know. So she who sees that dog needs a blueberry mask, you're hysterical. Look at this comment. So I saw SF write this in somebody else's chat that apparently Dog called him about a month ago to ask what details he had on Sebastian's case.
Yeah, that's on par. I mean, the guy is,
no, thank you so much. But I found it bizarre for several reasons. One, Dog, at that point, SF, well, that's when he took his ball and went home. But, you don't think that's important to maybe tell the lawyers in the litigation that you joined in that Dog is literally a plaintiff and you were a self-named defendant?
Well,
whatever.
I have it pulled up still. Actually, hold on. Let me look. I do. Isn't there a part in the ruling from the judge that states blatantly that Dog they don't even make any claims in regards to Dog? He was basically used name only in this?
Yes, that's what they said. That's what she noted.
Do you remember what page it happens to be?
I do not. But I do know that her entire ruling was absolutely fantastic. And in it, she makes it clear that she did read the entirety and looked at the exhibits and still could not comprehend what the fuck they were trying to do.
This is just absolutely ridiculous. All of it. It's all. I'll find it really quick. Do you want me to play a few more minutes of this?
Yeah, let's hear what the weirdos have to say.
Okay.
I have communication with him. Nick is always calling me to let me know what's going on. You know, I just wish Sumner County would have been communicating with me like Nick and Dog's team does.
They're busy,
And
bitch.
do you feel like that? I mean, the professional on our team is RPI, correct?
That's your professional?
And RPI always had a strong desire to work in conjunction with Sumner County, right?
But she's not an officer, so
And it's never really happened, correct?
wonder why. Who wants to fuck with the
But
suspect?
our PI, in your mind, has got a very solid working relationship with Nick and Dog and their team and all their resources, correct?
Of course she does. She's a fucking police
So you got to see the horsepower behind the machine, I guess Dog's machine, if you want to call it that.
Why does he talk
What
to
that look like working in conjunction with our PI this last?
Got you.
Sorry, I'm answering Tony as he speaks. One, that goes to show that they're not as close to Sumner County as they want people to believe, because Sumner County will not work hand in hand with their PI. Their PI, who is part of a fucking production, Renee, part of a production. And also, not only that, but I forget what he just said, but it was, I wish that Sumner County communicated with us the way that Nick and his team does. There's a big difference. These guys are LARPing and these guys are working. Big difference in the two.
Yeah.
He's so weird. You're weird, Tony.
Weird.
Weirdo.
Weird.
Last week, and without getting, I mean, I know it's out there, but how did you feel about seeing all that real time, being on the phone while it was going on and watching it? Did it give you some hope?
Yes. I mean, I always have hope that my son is out there. He's lost. And he's going to be found. But again, it just bolsters the hope that there's other people with the means to do it that are willing to do it.
Oh yeah.
They're not willing just to say it. They put their money where their mouth is.
Really?
You know.
Their
And
money's
you've got
tied
an
up in
open line of
litigation.
communication to Dog, correct?
Yeah, where?
Yes, I do.
Oh my god.
So
He chased away all
called
the
me during the
actual
last
credentialed
vigil.
people.
So
That
tell us
how I
about,
was doing.
tell us about that phone conversation.
Here it
He
comes.
just wanted to make sure I was doing okay. He wanted to know if I needed anything. He wanted to let me know where he was at, what he was doing.
Oh, file litigation.
Kind of a father to father talk, right?
Yes, sir.
Dog
Why
lost
does
a
Tony
child,
talk
you're
to him
missing
like
your
this?
child, that kind of thing.
Because he's got to lead him in the right direction.
It's very condescending, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's like he's too stupid.
Well,
Are you
that's
asking
how
if I'm a felon? Yeah, I'm a felon. Are you a felon? What does that matter? Who said anything about that?
Who cares?
Alan?
What is that?
What do you think we're called the MFers for? Motherfuckers? No. The fuck? Yeah, we are felon friendly over here, Kelly. Get in where you fit in, tuts.
What does that have to do with anything? So is Dog the Bounty Hunter.
Right. So is
Maybe
Nick
she's
the
asking-
Hat.
Maybe
So
she's
is-
asking if they are.
maybe she's speaking to them. Let me
Yeah,
calm down
maybe.
a little bit. I'm sorry. I'm on the defense. I'm sorry. If you're not speaking to me, welcome to the MFers, where we are the sweetest motherfucking felons you will ever meet. I don't know.
Yes.
Every time I hear the Dog, I hear him saying "Baby Lisa."
Because that's all he talks.
Yeah.
That's all he says.
From
He wrote
watching
off
his
that.
show. I used to watch his
Yeah, he
show all the
did.
time.
Yeah.
His
Yeah.
own daughter's can't.
That was rough
Right.
stuff.
And I mean, you know, we all know that the 71-year-old Dog is got to flex his muscles a different way, right? I mean, he's not running out there necessarily kicking doors in anymore, but you know,
But they get Tim for saying the same thing.
Dog is still Dog, to your point, huh, Josh?
Woof woof.
Yeah, I mean, he's you know, I don't
Josh
know.
can't even
I'm sure
take
that
this
he
serious.
still does the, but when I
Christy.
used to watch his show, I mean, they were very aggressive bounty hunters.
Can we pause a moment? Because I have a question.
Of course.
They weren't very aggressive bounty hunters. They bounty hunted in Hawaii, where the land's so small, everybody knows everybody. And he wasn't hunting missing children. He wasn't hunting he was hunting drug addicts that were hiding, and he had all the information on them. He wasn't really hunting. Let's settle that. Secondly, this whole idea that Tony just said he grew up watching Dog, yet just said Dog is 71 and Tony's well in his 50s. How the fuck did you grow up watching Dog? Like, is anybody else like you grew up? You was a grown man watching Dog, maybe, but you didn't grow up watching Dog. Am I like alone in this?
No, and another thing that needs to be pointed out too,
Hey,
Dog
Amy.
exploited Hawaii. He exploited Hawaiians. He exploited the pain and suffering of a problem in Hawaii with
addiction and
yes, absolutely. And he paid informants to rat on others, and that's
right
for a TV show. Like it is.
And why do you think he's no longer in Hawaii?
Yeah, he got ran out.
Aloha, brother. Shut the fuck up, you fraudster. And for fuck's sake, take the fucking feathers out of your hair. You're so inappropriate. I can't stand it, man. And type in Dog the Bounty Hunter's racist right and go see the way this man really feels about people.
Yeah, TMZ's got it all.
Kelly, did we scare you being a chat room full of felons? Come back. You can blame it all on nonsense.
A lot of that, I mean,
Now you
most
missed
of their
it. Shut
bounties
up.
were off camera. You know, I mean, they had just so many.
Oh yeah, off camera. Sure they
and it sounds like they were the same exact way off camera, but they very aggressive in their approach, and you know, it's
And their approach very aggressive.
they were very good at tracking down their
those little drug addicts running shed to shed.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So, Seth, we're getting close to a couple hours. Josh, do you have some questions that we can answer before we call it a night?
Isn't this Josh's show?
One thing real quick before you.
Oh, it's not.
Josh.
Sure.
This was on Seth's channel.
Oh, okay. Because I was wondering like why he's wrapping it up.
Yeah, this was on Seth's channel when they did this.
Oh.
Yeah.
Why the fuck was it Tony and Josh for a while?
That tends to happen. I don't know.
Can I hire somebody to run my channel for me? Because this sounds like a really good gig. And I can't help but notice a lot of the green team has that going for them. They'll just start the streams and then their mouses go rampant and the other people run it. Can anybody take the offer? I won't pay you, but I will allow you.
Sorry, my mouse cut the cord. I can't.
Oh. Boo. Oh, there's a ghost. Oh my God. Sorry. Those dang ghosts. They get me every time I'm live. I'm sorry. You got the damn rash chewing the cords. I got the ghost booing in my ear. I'm not sleeping and I'm not snoring. Gosh damn it.
Here you go. I found it.
Damn, you're good.
Right here. Last, the court addresses the fact, as noted here and above, that the complaint identifies At Night Media LLC in the caption and in the identification of the parties, but makes not one factual allegation by or on behalf of At Night, nor does it assert any count or claims against any defendant on this plaintiff's behalf. Therefore, there is no claim by plaintiff At Night Media LLC as a matter of law. Similarly, it is, and also noted previously, the complaint identifies Dwayne Dog Chapman in the caption and in the identification of the parties, but makes not one factual allegation or claims against any defendant on this plaintiff's behalf. Therefore, there can be no claim by plaintiff Dwayne Dog Chapman as a matter of law.
As a matter of law, motherfuckers, not a matter of feelings, a matter of law.
Oh.
Not only that, but Dog made a statement that I take as a threat. He said that he was going to take me behind a shed. He sure did.
Oh, looky what I've got here.
What you got?
The
non-factual corrections, mandatory.
got-
Oh, yeah. So somebody ran it. Oh, I thought this was going to be the scheme thing. They're not even in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, you fucking fraudsters. You're in the county, you bitches. Shut the fuck up. Sorry.
This is their updated reward disclaimer.
For immediate release. They're so lame. Why don't you go impersonate Good Morning America again and this time study how to be an actual fucking reporter? Because this is weird.
Notice the date? What's that?
April 18th, right after the judge's ruling.
Oh, shocking. More intentional distractions.
Didn't work, bitch, because we just seen it now. Right. Says I can take that several ways. Was he going to take me behind the shed and beat me? Was he going to take me behind the shed and do something else? Was he going to take me behind the shed to show me all the firewood he cut down? I don't fucking know. For interpretation. And I interpret it as a threat. Why this matters? It don't. Sorry. Go ahead. I'll stop playing.
No, you're good. Look at this. At Night operates under Pennsylvania registration and is in the process of legal incorporation in Delaware. Reward disbursements are deferred for 60 months following sentencing, 5 years following sentencing, unless the board grants an extraordinary circumstances waiver. Payments will be managed via third-party escrow, subject to independent audit.
Oh, you frauds. And no, he does not have an office in Rittenhouse Square. I thought they were at the One World Trade Center. Now it's Rittenhouse Square. Get the hell out of here.
Look at this. I mean,
what you lucky there? Master reward scale in history. What the fuck? Look how quickly they raised the reward. This isn't even logical. Hard cap. Oh my god. You cap the most.
Ops decision.
Robin. Purpose and scope. The purpose is for publicity. The scope is bullshit.
This is so. Oh, they've added. Look at this though. They've added. Hold up. Look what they added. This reward pertains to the confirmed and verified disappearance of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, a minor male individual, and Summer Moon Utah Wells.
And listen, the parents of Summer came out and said, stay the fuck off my daughter's case. And the fact that they're still going to trample it on, it shows you the type of people they are. Similar to when a creator told the mother of a teenager who was found deceased in her vehicle, fuck you, when she asked for it to stop. But you notice what I said? Or go up a little bit. I know right there is interesting, but up a little bit. They said non-factual corrections. They said they did claim they were fully aligned with law enforcement. I think after their billboards, law enforcement came down on them. And I think so did Nikki's parole officer, which is why he's not out here anymore with his Red Bull and iPhone.
It's also very interesting here that it states that USD $400,000 for qualified information leading to the live recovery of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers or the lawful arrest, prosecution, conviction, and final sentencing with all post-conviction remedies exhausted. So all appeals for the person convicted has to be, and we all know that appeals can go on for the
lifetime.
Yeah, of any persons legally responsible for his disappearance, harm, concealment, or abduction.
But not his death. Notice it doesn't say his death.
It says if Sebastian is located deceased, the reward is reduced to 60%.
What? What kind of fuckery is this?
And
hey, remember when Dog said that he was given a portion of the funds he raised for his meet and greet to Sebastian? Where's that escrow for that? Did they ever set up that thing? Where's that money, Dog?
Well, look at this too. $47,000. So when these people are out here saying that the reward is $447,000 for Sebastian, that's a blatant lie. And it says so right here, because look at that. It says 47,000 of that is for information resulting in the confirmed live recovery of Summer Moon Utah Wells. So Sebastian is only 400,000 and reduced by 60% if he's found. Oh, this is just disgusting.
This is so backwards. And the reason they're now jumping on Summers is because one, they know she's another name that sells, that there's been no resolution that they can ride off of, and two, because they're disrespectful pieces of shit.
Oh, here you go. Originality and exclusivity. The information must be original, uncirculated, and not previously disclosed to media, private third parties, or any entities outside official law enforcement reporting protocols. Are you fucking?
Yeah, because they also added that in order to get theirs, you have to report to law enforcement first. But we know. Wow, this is weird. This is too weird.
Here's the rectal scans.
Yep. Let me shine a light up your ass.
Yep. bend over and you're going to take it because it's a bunch of shit.
In the words of Seth Rogers, take off your belt and spank me, daddy.
God, this just makes me an unbroken chain of custody, and any evidence of manipulation, staging, or laundering disqualifies. And we all know that if they can't find it, they're going to make it up anyway. So,
Right,
criminal
fabricated
history.
evidence.
Criminal history review to ensure no involvement in the case or related crimes. Verification of no direct, indirect, familiar, legal, or co-conspiratorial connection to any suspect or person of interest within 5 degrees of separation.
Do you know what 5 degrees of separation is, guys?
Extensive.
It's like, yeah, it's like you're basically your pharmacist cannot know this person. Like, I know it's different, but yeah, it sounded a lot different. I'm sorry, Lori. I repeated how I interpreted it. Sorry. That's not what Seth actually said. He said, why don't you come over here and take your belt off? Spank me, because I'm a man and you're a bitch, or something like that. I don't know.
This is fucking gross.
It's gross. It's all off the back of missing children. Shame on them. Nick deserves to be back incarcerated. And I don't care if anybody agrees or disagrees. That's my opinion. And I'm welcome to it.
Yeah, you are. Oh, we lost Small Town Girl. Sorry.
Yeah, she wrote in the back, and I responded, but she was already gone, that she had to jump down. She said, thank you for allowing me up, hanging out with you all, and the laughs. You're very welcome.
Well, I think we
covered it all.
Yeah.
Right. If you have if you ever taken a breath of air, you're disqualified. I know. What do you think? I mean, what do you think? I'm not even gonna. Are those helicopters coming for you? You all right?
Yeah. Sorry, it might be the Secret Service.
I think it may be. They're on to us.
I think I need to go hide somewhere because I think the Secret Service knows I'm home.
Ricola.
I might be.
That's what I was about to say, casual art, but I stopped myself. But truth be told, I really do think that what they're doing is illegal. The same way that Dog said that if Ernie Shells is running around claiming that he caught felons with Dog, that would be illegal. I think it's no different than what these guys are doing. I think it's very illegal, and if it's not, it should be. There has to be some type of crime in place to LARP as a private intelligence group and basically manipulate the masses. And who knows if they're getting money for it. I know at minimum, they each made merch they never made before. They were selling books, including the E's. Dog was selling cameos and selling books. There's no doubt in my mind that they have profited off this LARP they have going on. And I think something needs to happen about it.
Absolutely. Agree. Well, I'm going to hop down, Jess, so you can close it out. Thank you for allowing me up to disrupt your panel this morning.
It's always a pleasure. I really enjoy it. Disrupt anytime. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day. Bye, chat.
You as well. Stay safe out there. Protect your rectal. You never know. I mean, dogs on the loose. Aren't they saying that both have to be found before money goes out? They're full of shit. They'll never pay it. Matter of fact, maybe I should reach out to the guy that Nick owes $5 million to and let him know that Nick's holding on to $500,000, right? I mean, come on. You believe these guys owe all these judgments that they're sitting on this type of cash? Get the fuck out of here. And if you do believe that, well, let me tell you what I can sell you. I created this thing called strawberry facials for your pets. Just kidding. Anyway, I do appreciate you guys being with me. It's been a nice morning. I'm going to stick out to what I started with. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. I will no longer be this woman's content mill. She is a lolcow, and she's done trying to milk off of me. I want everybody to see who the really obsessive person is. And although I sat back and I feel I've done a good job of it, I can't wait to show that I can, without a doubt, go without mentioning this filthy person's name, and she cannot do the same. I think she dreams of me when she falls asleep at the computer. That's the God's honest truth. So I appreciate all of you helping me do that. I am now going to go soak up the sun, healthy way to get tan. No tan in bed necessary. And yeah, make the best out of my day. And I hope you all do the same. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If you haven't, please consider hitting the thumbs up on your way out. And you know what? Because today was more focused on Sebastian, let's go ahead. Wait, I didn't. Did I upload it? Let's see. Let's go ahead and leave out on this note again. I know these people have come along and they've done a really good job of distracting from Sebastian, but we don't have to fall for it. Thank you so much, Shaggy. Oh, I know I got this. I did it before and I'll do it again. Thank you so much for your support in that. Is there no sound? I don't hear any sound. No sound. I didn't think so. I don't know what's going on there. Hold on. That one has sound. All right. Well, I don't know where the sound went. So, February 26th, Sebastian Rogers, 15-year-old white male, 120 pounds, 5'5" with brown hair and brown eyes, disappeared from his home in Hendersonville, Tennessee. He was last seen wearing black, long sleeve shirt, black sweatpants, and black glasses. He has a medical condition that may impair his ability to come home. If you have seen Sebastian or have any information regarding his whereabouts, please contact Sumner County or 1-800-TBI-FIND. And let's take a moment to pray.